Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream, and this is pretty much a continuation from yesterday's live stream, along with the video that I brought to you guys a little bit afterwards. Currently, at the moment of time, from everything that I'm able to understand, we do not have any further information dealing with the person, the shooter, the assassin, when it deals with Charlie Kirk. Have no type of information specifically on that at all. They've stated before that they had two shooters. I'm sorry, they had two people that they considered of interest that they had in custody, but for whatever reason, both of those individuals were let go. So again, there is nobody currently in custody at this moment in time. Supposedly, there's information somewhere out there of a weapon being found, along with cartridges, a footprint, and maybe even specifically a handprint, potentially. But now, as I've stated to a lot of people before, right? Because I can normally say how things are going to go and how people tend to react to a lot of things as well. And you want to try to save people from themselves, from certain types of actions, certain types of things that people decide that they specifically want to do. And people can make their own choices, say their own things, right? So online at this current moment of time, as I am on X, you have a variety of people up there, conservatives, Christians, Republicans, who have decided to make a thread of all of the individuals that are all across social media deciding that they want to celebrate, they want to relish, right, in the assassination attempt that we were all able to see in 4K. And the main thing that I tried to get through to people, even within my own live stream, the main thing I tried to get through to people, I'm like, yo, this ain't nothing people should be trying to relish directly in and do this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. Because I told people before that everything is a double-edged sword, right? At one moment, people are like, hey, everybody's okay with cancel culture because it'll cancel the people that they specifically don't like, that they specifically don't want to have a voice. And now the very same people who championed cancel culture are now they themselves going to be canceled. And I'm going through and looking at a lot of the threads directly. I'm like, dog, a lot of people about to be losing their jobs real quick. Some people are in work uniform. Some people are directly at the job. Other people's jobs have been specifically listed, probably along with other things as well too. And like I said before, I tried to warn people and I tried to tell people, like, yo, the internet is forever. Be very careful about the stuff that you decide to say and the stuff that you decide to sit up there and do. Because the exact same way that people are like, hey, these other people need to get canceled because they're saying and doing the wrong things that I don't like and it's hurting my feelings. Now those exact same people are going to have to suffer those exact same consequences. But like I said, you can't save people. You can't tell people much of anything at this moment in time. You want to try to save people from themselves, and people want to decide to say that, hey, you're not really on code, you're not on task, this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. Had a variety of people directly in my comment section on the video and in the live stream try to tell me, like, I ain't about to sit up there and have sympathy. I'm like, all right, that's cool. But don't be foolish and stupid enough to go out here on social media and to show that you got some type of happiness about this sitting up there taking place and happening. I'm like, that is not going to fare well for you. That's not going to fare well. Because the exact same thing, how you'll want somebody else to get canceled when they do the same thing to black people, everybody now going to be going directly at your neck real quick. And like I said, y'all ain't prepared for that to sit up there and take place happen. Y'all ain't prepared to sit up there and lose that job. to now you got to figure out how you're going to sit up there and feed yourselves and all this other. Like I said, it is so difficult to actually have logical conversations with people and try to save themselves from themselves. And this is why I keep continuously saying for years since I've been doing this, a lot of people's own worst enemy is themselves. Like, and it's the craziest thing. Like, I watch this happen day in and day out continuously of people just deciding to do the most stupidest stuff known to man, knowing how social media works. But like I said, I'm the one that's, you know, that's not on code. I'm the one that's problematic. I'm I'm the one that's not really helping or giving, any type of solutions directly out here. I guess. Whatever. Like I said, so all I'm saying is for any of the black folks, I don't care about nobody else at this moment in time in this juncture that I'm speaking. I ain't directing this towards nobody else. For the black folks out there that decided that you wanted to be in your work uniform, you wanted to be at your job, near your job, or whatever it is, you wanted to show your whole face directly out there while you're sitting up there making these videos on TikTok, of all places, on TikTok. I hope you are prepared for the consequences that come directly after that. Because I keep trying to tell people everything that you think is fine and dandy is not fine and dandy. Everything is not for the internet. Everything is not meant for you to try to get likes and subscribers and all this other type of stuff directly from. A lot of people are going to end up ruining themselves. And then you're going to try to turn around and blame other people. No, you decided to do this. You decided to specifically do this. And the other thing that I tried to get through, especially to a lot of black folks out there while doing that live stream, is that while everybody was being emotional, but like, Charlie Kirk said this about black people, this, that, and the third, and all this stuff. I'm like, y'all don't realize how things are getting narrowed down right now, how certain things are being set in place, how I've told y'all before, a catalyst needs to, in a sense, be there. Something major has to happen in order to cause a shift, in order to get things to take place and happen directly in this situation. I'm just trying to hold on. So you said Maine Charlie Kirk didn't add to no solutions for peace. I didn't say that. Where did I say that? Are people hard of hearing? Is this mic on? Let me just make sure the volume is directly up. At what point in time did I sit up there and say that any of those things was even taking place? Like this is what I be talking about right here, where people are just like so caught up in like emotions and they're so triggered automatically by words, they don't even understand how things are being specifically set up. But this is why I'm here. So let me just sit up there and give you this presentation because it just seems that people are still lost at this moment in time in their emotions. So number one, you got Elon Musk that said that the left is a party of murderers, right? We all know who Elon Musk is. We know who he decide that he sides with. We know where he basically stands, right? So now we're going to go to what Trump said, right? So let's take a listen.
Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
So we were able to specifically hear that, correct? Quite a few times, Trump directly in that speech to the United States said that it was the radical left. So what I'm trying to convey to a lot of people, because I get that people don't happen to understand it, people want to, do this and that and all this other type of stuff. This is going very, very close to freedom of speech. This is touching directly on it's touching on 2 subjects, actually, right? And this is something that I talked about in the previous live stream. One has to do with gun rights, and the other one has to do with freedom of speech. Basically, all this is culminating into is showing, right, is basically proving what it is that they've always wanted to prove, that hey, we Republicans, we are the party of the truth, we are the party of freedom, and this that and the third, and we're always being attacked just brutally, this that and the third. And they're going to be like, well, the proof of that is that we can go directly to Charlie Kirk. Nobody's going to have anything to say. So then next, it's also going to touch on the whole thing of freedom of speech, because people are going to be like, well, as I've seen directly online, everybody wants to say, well, Charlie Kirk never said anything wrong, and this, that, and the third. He was about, an open forum, and he had all types of people come directly there. If you were opposition, you could come there and state and debate your points and all this other type of stuff, and yada, 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 and rah, 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 right? Freedom of speech. And now what they're going to say is that now the freedom of speech is not really so free, because they're going to use this as a sign to show that if you think differently from somebody else, all they're going to do is cause violence. They're going to decide to take you out because you think differently. And now, let me roll back. Hold up. Wait. Dun, dun, dun. Let me go back up, because you're talking about where is the apology? I'm not sure what channel you think that you're directly on. What are you talking about? Where's the apology? You clearly said that you made a generalized statement. So, since you wanted to make a generalized statement, I sat up there and replied to that generalized statement. I'm not sure why you're looking for an apology. bro, I'm not sure why. Again, like I said before, you typed above that you made a generalized statement, right? Which means that goes out to any and everybody. You just saying stuff. So if it's an open statement that you made, anybody could decide to reply directly to it. The difference is the person with the microphone decided to reply directly to it, which I did. I'm not sure why you're looking for an apology because that's not happening. Anyways, like I said before, the main point that trying to get directly to is that this is going to go directly towards two things. It's going to go to the thing to basically show that, hey, people who are opposite of whatever opinion, they're always violent. They can never seem to come to a middle ground and decide that, hey, we want to just talk it out. We want to have a conversation. We want to, try to come to some type of middle ground, some type of understanding that we can work directly to. Again, going directly into, again, the gun rights, dealing with the violence. Then going back, if you look back at the clip of the assassination that happened, you will see that during that one moment that there was a talk or a conversation dealing with guns involving people who have committed crimes with guns, how frequent, how often, and all these other types of things. That's going to get touched on a little bit later. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That's now going to get touched on with this next clip here. So again, I'm just putting stuff up there that I find directly on social media. You can take it with a grain of salt if you want to, but again, stuff up there. So let's pay attention to this next video and what this person has to state, right?
Oh, if it's a trans shooter, baby, the trans community. So this person here goes to the university. Of course, they, them, and look at what he said yesterday. He says here, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him, literally. And then he writes, let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. So a trans student is saying this yesterday, and I also find it very, very odd that the person asking the question was asking Charlie about trans shooters before he got shot. So FBI, Cash Patel, whoever the fuck this dude is, yeah, I think you should look into this.
This is it. Yes, is that fair to say? All right, great. So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years? Too many. Okay. It's five. Okay. Now, five is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
So you're gonna try and tell me that this trans student last night said, oh, just wait for something big to happen tomorrow, and then the person asking the question was asking about trans shooters and he gets shot? I'm just saying.
Right? So we heard that, right? So now we at least have what you can consider one catalyst, right? Or at least one thing up there. Because when it deals with the whole thing of Charlie Kirk and how everything took place, a lot of the white folks and many others out there who are angry, who are mad, who are frustrated, I'm going to show you some of those videos a little bit later. None of them have anywhere to specifically point that energy towards. Normally, if you think about people who are grieving, people who are going through emotional things, they want a direct area to specifically put that anger at, even if it's not the right thing, even if it's not the right person, right? They want an area to focus that energy at, right? Because everybody knows the most dangerous thing to have are people that are just emotional all over the place because any and everything can happen, right? You want things to be specifically focused. So now you have this on the media where potentially, with a grain of salt, you have an individual that decided to write some things on social media which seems highly suspicious, which I will say needs to be looked directly into. Because oddly enough, after that basically took place, after that person said that, this happens. And this is why I told people before, everything that you think in your mind doesn't mean that you need, just because you think something doesn't mean that you need to say it. Things that you say come directly with consequences. And for a lot of people out here who are going on social media, I kid you not, there's tremendous amounts of people on TikTok right now sitting up there on and doing and celebrating, clinking glasses, clicking their heels, and all this other type of stuff. And I'm like, you guys are going to be in a world of hurt. You're going to be in a world of hurt. And because of all of that, they're going to categorize a lot of people. Let's say for anybody who votes Democrat, they're going to categorize everybody who's a Democrat as a radical, as a terrorist. Like, no, like it's like people don't even understand how far this could literally go at this moment in time because of everything that took place. And how they've been using the same terminology time and time again when it deals with anybody who is Democrat. Yo, radical left, radical left, radical left, violent left, violent left, violent left. Like, they've been saying this for so long, it's almost like breathing for a lot of people out here. Anytime they think Democrat, they automatically think violent. Right? Now, when they think Democrat, they're automatically going to think of a person that took the life of Charlie Kirk. And again, that's going to go directly down the road of like, yo, this is, in a sense, trouncing on the whole thing of freedom of speech. We don't really have freedom of speech because if somebody disagrees, they're only going to show and turn directly to violence because they have no other area or avenue to get, or any other way to get their point specifically across. Like I said, like I said, this is just one of many things directly out there. But like I said, the whole thing with trying to have people focus in, this is one thing out there that they're going to try to have people focus directly on and have people have a type of focus and not be directly all over the place, right? So next we're going to go to this video, and this is case in point of what I was talking about before, where you have people out here that want to formulate some type of cheer, or they want to show how happy they are about this take. Like I said, man, people gonna learn the hard way.
We got Charlie in the neck. Who's up next? We got Charlie in the neck. We got Charlie in the neck. We got Charlie in the neck.
Like I said, why? Like I've never at a moment like this is, like I said, this is the weirdest thing. And these would normally be the type of people that would go to whatever rally or whatnot or whatever that Charlie Kirk was having so that they could actually have a debate, so that they could try to prove their points. I'm like, that don't even make any type of sense. Right? The main opposition, the main way for you to try to prove your point, everything that you built upon, and be like, yeah, I'm sitting up here, I'm educating myself, I'm doing this, I got my talking points, and rah. And you're just like, well, I'm just going to push all that to the side. It don't matter now because the main person is, like I said, a lot of people are going to sit up there and learn. A lot of people are going to sit up there and learn the hard way. A lot of people are going to sit up there and learn the hard way, man. Like I said before, but I don't know what to tell people. But again, what I am going to sit up there and state is that for whatever reason, the same normal conversations that I would normally see where people are like, oh yeah, we know who specifically is doing this and doing that. Magically, those conversations are not there right now. Magically, people are looking real silent, and they're making sure not to try and, paint certain groups of people in a certain type of way. They're making sure not to do that right now because, again, nobody has no type of proof on anything. And again, I find it very suspicious that the two main people they had in custody, they let go, and nobody ever said who those individuals were, what they even looked like, even what their race was. And I do understand that some people are going to say that, yo, Seji, so why do you got to sit up there and bring up race? Why is that even a focus? I'm going to get to that a little bit later on in the video, which is going to, in a sense, encapsulate the whole thing, going back to what I said to y'all earlier about trying to have people focus in on somebody, even though they are not the specific entities or persons or people involved, right, when it deals with the Charlie Kirk assassination, right? But like I said, there's a lot of these individuals out there right now that are on X, that are on Twitter, that are making songs, they're doing dances. Doing songs and doing dances. That's all I'm saying. So now let's go to the next video.
White man, fight back! 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 White man, fight back!
Right? So again, I saw somebody post a video, and I'm guessing that's they posted that one in response to what took place with Charlie Kirk. But the main question that I would basically pose, right? Because the main theme that was saying was white men fight back. My main question is, what would in this instance white men be fighting back? Who would actually be that enemy? Because I can give you videos of individuals that are specifically out there cheering and singing and dancing and all this other type of stuff, and I can tell you who the majority of those people are. Right? Again, we got two people that were, in a sense, within police custody. Police didn't give any type of information, and he also released those same people. We can also go to demographics directly out there when it deals with the state. Like I said, I'm waiting for more information, just like I told y'all yesterday during the live stream, where I already knew that Charlie Kirk had passed, but I didn't want to specifically say that just in case, because again, people are like, hey, misinformation, all that other type of stuff. But like I said, go back and look at that live stream. I told y'all I had some information directly right there in front of me. I took a snapshot and everything, but I didn't want to put that up there up until I had 100%, information that this is fact. So like I said, I'm just going to sit back and I'm going to wait and see who the shooter or the shooters, because what I'm saying is, more than likely, with the plan and how this was all laid out, from how, if you look on online, I don't even have the site up right now, but there's a news source directly out there that's been keeping track on the hour of everything, and they showed a map of the college campus, and they showed specifically where the shooter was, I guess, on some type of rooftop, to where Charlie Kirk was at the tent. And a lot of people said that it was roughly within like a 200-yard distance. So this was planned. That's not something random that somebody, from the West Hills is like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. Nah, they planned this out. They probably took out some time, wrote some stuff, looked at the landscape, tried to figure out the weather and all this. This was something that was specifically planned. And I told people before, yo, this is similar to something that happened previously before. Trump brought it up. He brought himself directly up in the conversation. He was like, this is eerily similar, yada yada, all that other type of stuff. And that's what I said directly in live. So I'm like, this is sounding and looking real familiar at this moment in time. And I'm like, it's just crazy to me that whenever, like I said, whenever these instances take place and happen, there never seems to be an instance of like, okay, we got the guy or the person or the persons who did it. It's not really in that instance. When it's dealing with like any other type of instance in the United States, magically the Mountie can always get their man. When it's in this instance, supernaturally, ain't nobody caught. Nobody knows nothing. It's like, it's just an invisible man. It's an enemy nobody knows. We're just, looking at random people picking them out the crowd. Bam, you two, we think y'all had something to do with it. We're going to question and talk to you for a minute and see what you got. See if anything, is coming across. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people, man. And I'm talking about this due to the effect of that the landscape, the political landscape at this point is going to have a major shift. When you start to look at a lot of these debates, when you start to look at a lot of these conversations, things are going to be vastly different. Words that people use are going to be vastly different. The energy is going to be vastly different. And it's like people don't even see, and it's going to have more unforeseen ramifications as well, too. right? Outside of the scope of this. So let's go to the next one.
Such bullshit! I've never been so pissed in my whole life. And this murder Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now. Why do they always come with fucking violence? Gosh damn it! Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people. Who shot Charlie Kirk? I'm driving in a Provo right now. I'm so pissed. Damn it!
Right? And there's only so few rare times that you will literally see white people change colors. That man is full on red. He is matching his shirt at this moment in time. He is feeling that at his core. And this is what I was talking about before, just as this example. This dude he is all over the place. He's in grieving mode. He is angry. He doesn't know specifically where to place or put any of that anger. Now, just imagine if you have about a good 50 to 100 million white men just like him out there that feel that exact same way. And now add on to the fact that you got white men out there that feel like they are under attack, that they're being oppressed, right? That they're being looked down upon. They're being subjugated, right? They're being feel to be less than. And then all of what you see here starts to turn into a type of anger and rage. And normally that would be all right, whatever. But in this case, because of everything that took place, because we were able to see it in 4K, they're now looking at this as like, yo, this is an attack on me. A lot of these white boys, a lot of these white men out there are looking at Charlie like, yo, that could have been me. That is me. So now that's going to start to go into a whole pocket of fear. And normally when you start getting into that pocket of fear along with the rest of those emotions, it starts to culminate very slowly, depending on what else is placed there, very slowly or fast, directly into violence. And like I said before, people are not specifically understanding or seeing what's taking place. And I kept trying to, tell a lot of people like, yo, hey, try to just keep words at words and all this other type of stuff. You got a simple, discrepancy or whatever it is with another person. All right, cool, man. Use some words and all this other type of stuff. The moment in time that stuff like this starts happening, oh yeah, it's pretty much over. It's only a matter of time before Pandora's box is fully open. And you are not going to be able to close that directly back. It is going to be a point of no return. It's going to be a point of no return. It's going to be nothing that you can do. Nothing. Because even in the midst of whatever chaos takes place, you'll have some people in there that may be sane, may be logical, but they're going to get engulfed by the chaos. It's not going to matter. And this is when I've kept saying for a variety of live streams that, yo, everybody is going to lose. It's going to come down to a point in time where things are just going to break down directly in this country. People are not going to be trying to use words. People are not going to try to have debates anymore. People are not going to try to see the other side and all this other type of stuff. People are like, all right, my side is the truth, and anything else is basically a lie. And we're going to do whatever we want to do, basically, with those lies. We're going to basically, do whatever needs to be done. And like I said, that's a very dangerous mentality to have. It's very dangerous to have people that have a concept or a thought process like that. Right? So, matter of fact, let's go to the I didn't put the other one up here. Let me get this up here real quick because it lines directly up with the guy that you were able to see here, right? Let me just get that video for you guys really quick. Let's see if I could find them. Okay, there we go. Gotcha.
Ideas in regards to Charlie Kirk. And this video is for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck. We're coming for you.
So I want to say in that very short video, it's probably 15, maybe 20 seconds, that automatically he said, yo, liberals, we're plural, more than one. We are coming for you. That is basically a threat. Anybody with common sense would understand that that is a threat. That goes right back to what I said to you guys earlier with people having a type of emotion directly out there, feeling a certain type of way as if, yo, we are under attack. I see myself directly in that person and everything that took place. I see myself specifically in their family. I see myself directly in you know, in that whole system. And now you have this guy basically saying, like, hey, no problem, liberals. This is what y'all want to sit up there and do. All right, we're gonna handle it that way. It's on site. So, like I said before, we're starting to reach a point of no return. And for the longest time that I've been doing this platform, I've tried to convey this in a multitude of ways. I've tried to simply explain this directly to white folks out here. Y'all told me to shut up. Call me all types of slurs, all types of derogatory names, all types of stuff, right? Writing it in the chat, right? Cool, no problem. Didn't want to listen. I tried to also tell this directly to black folks. I got called all types of animals. Got called all types of Oreos. You know, flippy floppy. I must have a white woman on the side. I must not be fully for black people and all this other type of stuff. All out the works. Again, this is from both sides, from both white and black people, right? Sat up there and tried to tell this directly to the Latin community. Got called slurs again. So now we're at a point of, as I stated before, that a lot of people are just going to lose because none of y'all want to sit up there and listen, and all of y'all think that y'all know what is best for you. Y'all would rather go through a route of destruction, tearing up, losing lives, doing all of this other type of stuff to finally prove that you're right. What's the use of proving that you're right if there's nobody around you to sit up there and know that you're right? It's like y'all ain't even thinking. Y'all not even thinking. Y'all gonna be looking just like Lex Luthor when he finally got rid of Superman. That's how y'all gonna be looking. You'll be like, yes, I finally did it. I finally did it. And then the real enemy shows up. And now after everybody's forces is decimated, you're alone on a battlefield and you look up and you see the real enemy. Now what you gonna do? You're the king of nothing now. You have nobody at your feet. You have no soldiers. How now are you going to defend yourself as the king of nothing? What are you going to do? You can't. Now you got to run like a rat. Now you got to scurry around like a roach because you have nothing. So the main point is that at the end of the day, all of this is going to leave everybody with emptiness. And I'm all for it. Whatever it is. People want to sit up there and live in chaos. People want to go to and from. Everybody want to do this, that, and the third. So be it. Like I said, tried to warn people. I tried to tell people a multitude of times. I was either called crazy. I was called specifically out of my name, and both by white and black people. Even though everybody likes to sit up and say that they're different, that they see things different. We're all God's children. Obviously not, because I've been called everything under the sun for simply trying to get through to people. That's crazy. That is crazy. But it'd be like that. Because now it's gonna be a lot of stuff. It's gonna be a lot of stuff happening, man. Let me tell you. Somebody say you act like you're talking to the slave master. What? I don't even know what that even means. I don't even know what that means. That makes no type of sense. Like what? Like that's what I be talking about. Like so let me put it to you like this. For any of the white folks here, right? When we had the information that we had at the time of the person that was in custody, we had video, we had images. I specifically asked a very simple question to the white folks out there, to the white communities out there. And the simple question, logical question that I had was that how are you guys going to stop something like this from happening again? And I said this back, during the whole instance with Trump. I said this. Again, fall on deaf ears. Nothing. No, nobody had anything, no type of response. So now we got the whole thing with Charlie Kirk. And I'm asking for white folks again. I'm like, yo, what are y'all going to do to stop this from happening? And what if it comes out that the person, again, I'm just going by the optics that we had, just going with the information from yesterday where they showed an older white man that was arrested and all this other type of stuff, all types of theories and whatnot or whatever, right? Just going off of that. What if the person that comes out that did this is of your community? And you got all of these people talking about their anger at the left and all this other type of stuff and yada, yada, yada. But realistically, it's a person within your community, somebody of which y'all raised, right? That has some type of form of y'all values. That when he looks in the mirror, he looks like y'all, or she looks like y'all, however it is that it basically works. How is your reaction going to be seeing that and knowing that? If and when whatever information comes up. And again, what plans do y'all have to specifically stop any type of copycats from said community from doing the exact same thing? That's all I'm sitting up there saying, meaning a self versus self type of situation. Because as I've stated before, the interesting thing is that when it deals with the inner cities, right, as a lot of people would like to say, the conservatives, Republicans, all this stuff, right? Everybody wants to talk about Democratic run cities. Everybody wants to talk about black mayors and black cities and all this stuff. And people start bringing up stats talking about the crime, the per capita, and this, that, and the third. Everybody has all of these great theses, right? They got these great studies on what should be done, how black people should move, right? But again, as I stated before, and as a content creator that's been doing this for years, if I happen to show stories where things like this are going on in pretty much white states, and it's happening amongst white people, I never see the same energy. But I'm like, at the end of the day, y'all are the same guys that sit up there and tell me that, yo, y'all care about yourselves. Y'all love being white. You love who it is that you are at the end of the day. You love Christianity. You love God and all this other type of stuff, right? But when I, as a black content creator, bring awareness to murderers and killers that are being released, that are being put directly back on the streets, or those in your community that are doing crimes against the family, the reception that I get is nothing. It's dead silence. I don't hear no types of plans. I don't hear no types of town hall meetings or anything like that. And like I said, I shouldn't even realistically be worried about it. I shouldn't even really have it on my platform because it ain't actually technically, it ain't really none of my concern. It's actually y'all's. But like I said, the same values that y'all talk about that y'all have, I at least do that in a variety of ways by showcasing things that go on in everybody's community and how it is affecting them. And not only how it's going to affect them, but how it's going to affect other people on the outside as well, too, either directly or indirectly. So like I said, I'm just a little bit confused on that. I'm just a little bit confused on how that works. Somebody says stop gun violence. All right, I get that. But how are you going to stop gun violence? How are you going to stop gun violence without restricting the rights of everyday people who should be able to defend themselves? Because if you actually think about the laws, they do more to hinder legal citizens than they do for the criminals. Because no matter what laws you put out here, criminals are always going to have guns. I'm not sure if anybody noticed that or not, but no matter what laws you put directly out here or what penalties, criminals will always have guns. So again, stopping gun violence, that's not really going to do anything, right? Taking the guns directly from legal citizens, that's not going to sit up there and do anything, because you're going to disarm legal citizens or quote unquote take the guns away from everybody, but somehow, some way, you're going to have a type of opposition that's going to be able to use those same armaments you took away from yourselves. They're going to be now in the hands of those folks, and they're going to use them against you. It's crazy. See, I'm glad that somebody is paying attention, because that's one of the main things that I talked about before. That was actually towards the tail end of some of the videos that I have directly up there. But since what is it? Mala White basically brought it up. That's one of the main points that I was going to bring up a little bit later, which is martial law. And I stated before that there have to be certain things put in place. There have to be certain things going on. There has to be a certain catalysts, right, in order for things to be enacted, right? Because in order to have martial law, you have to have civil unrest. You have to have a type of chaos directly out there, right? You have to have mass unrest where people are just doing whatnot or whatever, just going massively crazy in order for them to bring in the military, the National Guard, and all of these other types of things. Like I said, you're slowly watching things take place where they're going to add up to the point where the government is going to be like, all right, we got to do this now. It's getting out of control. We need to get ahead of this before it gets worse. So the main thing I told people before is that it's a very dangerous game where you ask the government to do for you when you can't do for yourself. The moment in time that you embolden, that you empower the government to do everything for you, that's the moment in time that you lose everything. And slowly but surely, you're reaching that point in time where it doesn't matter who you are. There could be fields of white folks directly in here listening to me talk. You too are going to sit up there and lose everything. Some of you guys right now are old enough to remember the Patriot Act and what took place over the course of 10 to 15 plus years, on how information, on how people were getting spied on, how freedoms were basically trampled on, stumped on, taken. And even still to this day, we're still dealing with the fallout and the aftermath of that whole thing of the Patriot Act, dealing with the quote unquote war on terrorism. Because again, there has to be a catalyst in order for the government to enact certain things, in order for the governments to get certain types of powers. And over the course of these years, I've been sitting idly by and watching as people are slowly giving the government power, and whatever things that we hold precious and dear are being chipped at, are being broken apart, and are being shattered to the point of no return. But like I said before, a lot of people don't want to pay attention. A lot of people don't want to sit up there and listen. And the other thing that I want to state to a lot of folks in here, because I do see some people saying that, Democrat this, Republican this, Democrat this. For a lot of those folks directly out there, I want y'all to realize at the end of the day, above all of these things that we normally talk about at this moment in time, above all of that is classism. You got a lot of rich people who are profiting from everything that is going on. So for white folks out there, you could have just sat up there and just lost your job or whatnot or whatever is sitting up there going on. There is somebody out there that is rich, that is profiting off of every single one of your losses at this moment in time. They're on the stock market making bets as we speak, hoping that you lose your house, hoping that you get a divorce, hoping that you got to sell your property. They're making bets at this moment in time. Because like I said yesterday, we are at a point where there's going to be no more middle class, and people are going to fully realize and see everything that is taking place at this moment in time. Poor versus rich, rich versus poor. And like I said, for the longest time possible, I'm still looking at people talking about Democrat, Republican, Republican, Democrat. Like it's crazy. It's 100% crazy. Somebody said, as a vet, I'm telling you that they're monitoring all of us. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. I've told people this over the years. Like I said, I am a tech guy. I can see the best and I can see the worst in technology and know how it can be implemented. Matter of fact, to Gold Benjamin, I actually posted a video about trying to give a warning out there to a lot of people who may, buy devices that are smart devices and things of that nature. And I showcased a 12-minute video on my platform where I showed in a sense, I guess you could consider like a smart couch. And I had my phone, which is not a phone that is used to do quick charging, right? Or wireless charging. And I had it sitting directly on that smart device in the area where the wireless charging is able to take place. And I kid you not, you would have thought that somebody was going through, like an invisible hand was going through my phone, the way that it was reacting and going through settings, cutting stuff on, cutting stuff off, and doing this and doing that. Like I said, there's a variety of things that happen and take place. I've tried to give a lot of people out here warnings about even social media. Anytime that these social media platforms, when they do updates, they mess around with your notifications. They mess around with your settings on purpose. It's written into the code. It's not by mistake. It's by design. Always. So this is why I happen to have a lot of people that will pull up to my platform and they just so happen to talk about, like, yo, Seji, I didn't even know that you were still doing videos, still live. I didn't even know you still even had a platform. It's like, yo, I ain't been getting notifications for like 2 years, 3 years, 1 year, 6 months. It's like, yeah, that's because they do that stuff. They control who sees what. Multiple times I had to set up there and show people like, yo, I've been getting shadow banned for putting out this information, talking about this and all this other type of stuff. Yeah. Like I said, I try to be as transparent, try to put information out there, just a warning, just in general to everybody directly out there. Not even trying to be specific, just to everybody directly out there. And it's like, hey, people still don't want to listen. People still don't want to pay attention. No matter what information, no matter what proofs, no matter even if you got it on video, people still don't want to listen and pay attention. Like I said, a lot of people are going to end up hurting themselves because of lack of knowledge. And that's going to be, the craziest thing to see. It's going to be the craziest things to see. Somebody said that phones can read minds. There's a lot of patented technology directly out here. I will say that. I ain't gonna go in depth, but there's if people do research, there's a lot of patented technology directly out here when it deals with a variety of things. But it's cool though. It is all good. So now we're going to go. Funny enough, I actually had the video down there. The first time I just could not tell that I had it down there. Right. So now I'm gonna go to the next video, and this is just as I hate that I have to always try to, I forgot what it's called, like a disclaimer or whatnot or whatever. I always have to do this. It doesn't matter if I talk about stories when it's talking about like white people, Asian people, whoever. I have to always seemingly give a disclaimer somewhere in the live stream because somebody will get offended and feel a certain type of way because I'm talking about a story or mentioning something. So because it fits directly in the story and also what I'm talking about as a form of a catalyst, to preface this, to give people a little bit of information, it's dealing with this story here, right? So let me see. Wait, is that image up there? Wait, why is, let me see, image is not properly showing up for some reason. Add the stage. Let me see. There we go. So this image here, some of you guys may have seen this image or heard about the story, right? It says, I got to get kind of close directly on the screen. It says breaking news: the Carlos Brown's mom speaks out. No excuses for her son's horrible act that took the life of Arana. I probably mispronounced the name, but from the woman that you basically see here, right? So again, I'm trying to show you the whole thing dealing with a type of catalyst, right? So in one instance, because the reason I'm mentioning this is due to the effect that during the time of the assassination, then all the news dealing with Kirk within the 24-hour period, you also had the police and I think maybe the Trump administration mentioning this story, because I was able to see that somebody posted a tweet on X that said that Elon and others were able to get funds in order to put murals of the woman here across America. I think it's like they said possibly like 300 murals that they're going to have across the United States. And I want to make this very clear, right? There's a lot of lives that are lost every single day. Even right now, as I speak, somebody just lost a loved one. But at no point in time do we have the administrations or the government trying to prop up that loss of life, trying to show that they care for that loss of life. So what I'm trying to tell you is that this is very targeted for a very specific reason towards a very specific demographic, also given the current situation at this moment in time. So again, you got people angry and mad at everything that took place on that college campus, everything that took place with Charlie Kirk. You got people on both sides feeling a certain type of way. But more specifically, as I showed you, you have white males that feel a certain type of way. So we don't know who the assassin is, or who the peoples are that took the life of Charlie Kirk, right? But now in this instance, they can show you the story. The face of the man who did it, for all intents and purposes, looking at the picture, people are like, it's a black man that set up there and did that. We know he set up there and did this. We already know that we're under attack in this one, but we don't really know who did it. But in this one, we can sit up there and focus all of our rage, all of our anger, and our frustration on this image. And that one image basically becomes many black men directly out here. Right? But like I said before, think about it very carefully. Right now, as I speak, you have somebody out there that just lost a loved one, that is going to have to bury a loved one right now, a loved one that is in the midst of passing. The United States government does not care about any of those people, their situation, and how it is that they are passing, either if it was natural or if it was by violence or whatever. But because of the climate that we are currently in, they're trying to paint a certain type of narrative and or story directly out here. And again, this is not me sitting up there excusing and saying and advocating that, oh yeah, it was da, 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 da. I'm not sitting up there saying that, because even listed in the post, the mother is not sitting up there saying that her son is right. Within the post, they later said that she is not calling him a victim. He's not, but she exposes how the system failed him. Brown served 5 years, which is the man that you see to the left. He served 5 years for armed robbery. He was released. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, right? So you already know that he's off. He was released too soon, became homeless, arrested in January for misusing 911, and still got let out by a judge. CMPD met him 3 times in 2024, claimed resources, but no proof he got help. So again, like I said before, this is basically showing a case of which the system failed. But to any of the other people that are pushing this story directly out there, they're trying to basically say that, see, white people are under attack. This is how black people view and look at white people. This is all they want to sit up there and do to white. That's the narrative that I've seen being spun when it deals with this story, versus looking at the failure specifically of a system that is set in place to make sure that somebody who does not have the mental faculties, somebody that obviously shows that, yo, I'm going to go out here and just, keep doing the exact same thing, they need to be locked up. They need to actually receive whatever drugs that they need to be sound or whatever it is. They didn't receive none of that. So because the system failed, the system also allowed a loss of life to take place and happen. All the system had to do was to make sure that he was locked up, was to make sure that he was there where he was supposed to be, away from the general public. They couldn't do that. So again, going in with the rest of the situation, I'm just asking, where is your tax dollars going? All of the money that you pay directly to the government to make sure that the streets, to make sure that everything is safe directly out there, to make sure that anybody that's going through anything mental, that they're somewhere in the ward or basically away from you, your family, and all this other type of stuff, that they are not a danger to society. Where are your tax dollars going? Where? That's all I'm asking. Where? Because I'm not seeing it. And this is not the first time that I've even showcased something like this, where you've had somebody who was either schizophrenic or whatnot or whatever taking lives. Like I said, where is the system? Where is the police? Where are the judges? Where are those lawyers that make sure that, this black man did what? He had a little bit of weed. Oh, we want to put him away for like 90 years. Where are all of those people to sit up there and make sure that people like this are like, okay, this dude is like off his rocker. We're going to make sure that he's locked up so that he can't potentially harm anybody, so that there's not a potential loss of life. Like I said, you're watching the system that you quote unquote love so much that you give money to allow things to happen so that there is a causation, so that they can come up on a problem that they already caused, that they allowed to happen, that they allowed to fester, so that y'all can sit up there and start calling out from the rooftops in the street, hey, government, help us, help us, help us. We need help. We got all of these people, all this other type of stuff. Not understanding the fact that the government in the states and the cities allowed this to happen so that they can look like the good guys. It's the same way that I showcased to y'all before how a lot of the cops out here also dibble and dabble and sell drugs as well, back to the same communities that they're supposed to be taking care of and getting the drugs and the drug dealers off the streets. You're literally looking at a system where they're the hero and the villains at the same time. And I keep trying to tell people, the only way that you can have a hero is if you have something in contrast. You can't be a hero if you don't got an opposition. Then you're just somebody. There has to be an opposition there. There has to be a causation there. There has to be a catalyst. There has to be a reason. But let's just listen to this video real quick.
It is your time to shine now. It is your time to shine now. Y'all are now on the chopping block. If you think you was walking on eggshells then, oh sweetie, it's about to be a different ball game now. If I was you, I would get the fuck off the internet and get my shit together immediately. The fact that this story got national coverage like that, especially from the White House, and this racist bigot is holding up a sign next to a little pretty fragile YT woman with a scary black man to the right. Oh baby, they about to give y'all hell out here. Y'all black conservatives, that shit is gonna go out the window. It's gonna go out the window. No one cares who you voted for. They are specifically targeting you. They are specifically targeting black and brown people, especially after this story. And I'm gonna tell you how I know it's serious. This is an immigrant woman. She's not even American. Remember, Americans didn't care about immigrants. They told everybody to take their ass back to where they belong, and all of a sudden, a scary black man and unalive, this YT woman. And it's a big, huge fucking deal. Because it's always a big, huge fucking deal when something happens to them. But when something happens to us, they sleep it under the rug, which is why sundown towns still exist in America. Because no one gives a fuck about black lives. Oh no, we are the afterthought. But you know why? Don't nobody give a fuck about our lives? Because we got coon-ass ninjas up here. Coon-ass ninjas up here. Telling black folks, i.e. Charleston White, it ain't the white folks' fault. Oh no, it ain't the white folks' fault. Y'all need to stop playing victim. Stop playing the blame game. Ha 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 ha. Sounding loud, stupid, incompetent, and wrong. And wrong. As if systemic racism doesn't directly equate to the oppression of black people in this motherfucking country. But you finna find out now.
So, as I stated before, somebody has to be the focus and the focal point, right? So, as I showed you in the first part of the live stream, right, we're blaming, we're blaming the left. There's a lot of the radical left, the terrorists, the violence, and all this other type of stuff, right? But again, that's a generalization. That could be anybody directly out here, right? We went through this before during the Bush administration, where they were like, we're fighting a war on terror, and we're fighting an invisible enemy. We're fighting an invisible enemy. The enemy is all around us. Sleeper cells all across the United States. We got to tap your phones. We got to tap your emails. We got to do this. We got to do that in order to protect you. Fighting a faceless, invisible enemy for 10 years. How many lives lost? How many tax dollars basically wasted over a lie that they laughed about at his last dinner when he left the White House after his term? Right? So now we're back to an invisible enemy, dealing with the Charlie Kirk situation. And now we're dealing with the fact that you got a whole bunch of white folks out there that are angry, that are mad, that are frustrated. They feel a certain type of way because of how the world and everything else is basically changing. People feeling left behind, people feeling forgotten, people feeling like they're being erased, right? That they're being displaced. And everybody else is filling up their spots. But again, dealing with the Charlie Kirk situation, they don't have anybody to focus that anger, that rage, that fear directly on. There is not a laser focus on that. Again, it's generalized, it's chaotic. So now, side by side, they decide that, yo, we're going to start pushing this story with this immigrant European woman. And in contrast, we're going to sit up there light versus dark, right? We're going to sit up there and show you the darkness. Hey, this black man sat up there and did this to this white woman, aka the light, right? Look at how they treat the truth. Look at how they treat something different. Look at how they treat somebody that looks like you. Further again, pushing that narrative, giving you an image of something to, in a sense, focus directly on all of that frustration, all of that hate, the anger, the animosity, that fear. And as soon as that focus happens, that image of that one black man gets blurred, and now it becomes generalized. So now it's going to be, instead of one single black man, it's multi black men. It's a majority. It's all black men that are now a threat, who are willing to do this or take these actions. Like I said before, in order for certain things to happen, to be enacted, to transpire, there has to be a catalyst. And I've been sitting here for years watching as people have been allowing those that be, the powers that be, to simply play with their emotions, to lead them, to direct them by their emotions. And I'm like, I'm not understanding how people are not catching up. I'm not understanding how people are not specifically seeing it. I don't get it. And in response to the woman here who decided to say that now it's black men's time to shine, I can't name you a point in time in the United States of where black men have just been able to breathe, where it's just like, okay, we're just here, la 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 la, nothing's happening. That's just historically speaking, that's just not been the case. It's just not been the case. Like that's like I said, I don't know what she was trying to do there. I'm not sure where that specifically came from, because she went from one thing of talking about black men dealing with that story to then magically all lives matter in the topic and be like, all people of color are now going to have to deal with X, Y, and I'm like, just keep it where you started it. Just keep it exactly where you started it, because you know exactly what it is that you meant and how you meant it. But like I said, there has to be somebody has to be the bad guy out here. And in a lot of instances, like I told people before, when it deals with a lot of situations, nobody wants to see themselves, portray themselves, or paint themselves as the bad guy, even if they are the one specifically doing it. So when you deal with a lot of the instances that have taken place when it dealt with school shootings, and you see the people who do those, magically everybody's like, all right, we're not going to sit up there and mumble or even whisper or even talk about race. Matter of fact, we're not going to focus on anything. We're just going to say that this is an individual, this was an individual thing, and yada yada yada. But now that individual thing went from 10 to 20, 30, 40 to hundreds upon hundreds of, these instances taking place. So it's like, how many times are we going to keep saying that that's an individual thing versus it being, a type of grouping thing that is problematic? And the main thing that I always tell people is that, I'm an equal opportunist, right? The same way that people want to see it on one thing, we should see it pretty much all over the board. So the moment in time that people decide that, yo, we want to like lambaster, we want to just broad brush black people when it deals with crime and violence and murders in America, I feel the exact same way when it deals with other instances. If we're going to take that broad brush and paint that directly on black folks, the same broad brush should be applied directly to white folks. The same broad brush should be placed directly on Asians. The same one should be placed directly on Hispanics. The same one should be placed on other immigrants directly out here. That's actually equality, right? That's being an equal opportunist. That's the way that I look at it. But again, a lot of people don't see it that way, though. A lot of people don't see it that way. And the other thing that I want to point out as well, too, is that nobody makes money when there's peace. The other thing that I mentioned to a lot of people out here, going back to what I said earlier about those out there being able to profit off of everything, off of every single loss that takes place, right? Let's say that chaos breaks out in the United States, like there's some type of like magical civil war, because we do have a movie called Civil War, right? That's recent. The main people that are going to make money out here is the medical field, the morgues, the churches, the hospitals, anybody who sells armaments, anybody who makes bullets, anybody who has to dig graves, right? And then, the insurance companies and so on and so on, right? You got all of these areas out there that are going to make money directly off of the losses of everybody. It don't matter what color you are. You can be white right now and a staunch Republican, all white, everything, blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, Captain America, right? You can just be that. But at the end of the day, the moment in time that you're no longer here, the rich are making money directly off of you no longer being here, hand over foot. They're making money that your family will never get a chance to sit up there and see, even if you do have insurance. So, like I said, and I keep trying to tell people, it doesn't matter what race, what color, what ethnicity, what religion that you are even a part of, or what God you even believe in. At the end of the day, the powers that be are the ones that profit the most off of everybody. And it's like y'all still don't see it at the end of the day. Like I said before, they had to pass a bill to stop those who have a seat in office from being able to trade because they receive insider information. So rich people are getting even richer by getting information about things about businesses ahead of time, while everybody else that is here is on the stock market doing things the legal and normal way. Because if I knew some insider trading and I made big bucks, I'd be locked up in prison. I'd be looking like Martha Stewart right now. Only difference is I would never get out. But yet the people that y'all vote for, both Democrat and Republican, get insider information, trading information every single day, and they're able to profit. I even did a live stream and a video showcasing how one of these individuals, it was tracked that they spent millions of dollars over some months before they were voting on that exact same business that was going to have an outcome on the stock being traded on the market. But like I said before, people don't pay attention. People do not pay attention, man. People just do not pay attention. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people out here, man. Don't know. And it's crazy, somebody question mark Asians. Yeah, when I happen to say that the broad brush should be painted on everybody, I mean everybody. I don't care what religion, I don't care what color you are. The brush should be expanded to everybody, because everybody in every community commits a crime against themselves, which is crime within proximity, right? So like I said, I tend to paint the brush all over the place. Like it's a nice painted picture, nice solid color. But a lot of people don't want to do that because somebody has to be the good guy. Somebody has to be the good guy. And like I said, people still ain't paying attention. People still ain't listening. All right, it's wild out here. It is wild. Um Wait, somebody said Howie already knows who are the ones behind it. Simple. He really knows it was just like the 9/11 on October 7th, sad tragedies. Da da da. Another attack. He said the woman in the clip is speaking nonsense. I mean, hey, she that's how she wanted to speak. Like I said, I don't specifically I do not know, what to sit up there and tell people on that. I don't. I got nothing for you. Got nothing directly for you on that at all. And still at this moment in time, when it deals with the whole thing of Charlie Kirk, they are out there still looking for whoever the assassin is. Like I said, I am not sure. Like I said, I don't know how to, I'm just going to keep his picture directly up there. I don't know how this is going to play out. I do not know how this is going to um work either. I think I do have another video directly up here. I will say that I had to, again, for YouTube reasons. I had to edit this woman's video because she was saying some things in the front part which people could look at and say that she is trying to advocate for something. And like I said before, no matter what disagreements I have directly out here, I ain't sitting up to advocating. I'm not about that life at all. So what I'm going to try to do here is that, let me see, I'm trying to find, I might actually have to speed it up. That's what I'll try to do. Let me just go to the woman's video real quick, because I remember one of the faces that she made at a time. Let me sit up there and show you something real quick. Let me see. Just got to give me a quick second because I got a lot of videos directly up here. Let me see.
I'm just really glad Charlie.
So let me just speed that.
To society.
So again, I had to speed that up because she was saying some stuff, and again, I don't be advocating for like nonsense. I don't. I keep telling people that time and time again, regardless of whatever disagreements that I have directly with people. Like I said, I didn't have racists and everything show up to my platform and call me all types of slurs and all this other type of stuff. I'm not about to be putting energy directly into that. I let everybody else do that mess. I'm not about to sit up there and do it. Like I said, I got energy for certain things. People are online saying stuff. That's where I leave it. So let's listen to what she has to say. Let me see. Let me see.
To society. No one should give a fuck that he's dead. He said it. I'm just saying his words. All I'm doing is using his words. You can't be mad at me for using his words. I think empathy is a new wave thing and is very problematic. You right. No empathy for you. Zero.
Right? So we heard that. We heard, and that is that is, for all intents and purposes, that is a Caucasian woman that decided to say those things directly about Charlie Kirk and also his words directly on empathy. And you had a lot of people online that were pretty mad that that is the take that she would decide to have at this moment in time. Right? And I can get it. I can understand it. Right? So let me see if I can do a side by side, right? So we heard the video, what she said, where she was paraphrasing or quoting what Charlie Kirk said about empathy being a new, wave type of thing and all this other type of stuff. So instead of paraphrasing, let's go directly to what Charlie Kirk stated, right?
Empathy, actually, I think empathy is a made-up new age term that does a lot of damage, but
so let's replay that again.
I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up new age term that does a lot of damage, but
right. He said that he doesn't like the word empathy. It's a new age word that does a lot of damage. So within context, she was quoting what Charlie Kirk said. Again, I'm not for the whatever, the first message that she was putting directly up there that I got to speed directly through that. Like I said, I ain't about that life. That is directly on her and other people that want to specifically go out there and, say all that other type of stuff. Like I said, people don't know how to guard their energy. They just want to do whatever it is and say whatever it is. Hey, so be it. I'm at a point of being done trying to help people or even warn people specifically on that. Like I said, people will figure it out though. It's crazy. Somebody said, "What does he say after but?" I'm not sure because that was a clip that was directly up there. Like I said, this is obviously an older clip. Not even sure how old it is. So if you know what he said directly after that, that'll be great. You can potentially fill people directly in on that, right? But yeah, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Let me see what we got down there. Yeah, like I said, like somebody was talking about how they got people online trying to, jump for joy and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, man, yo, it's going to be a very wild time directly out here. It's going to be a very, very wild time. Let me tell you. A lot of people are going to have to figure out a lot of different things. I'm actually trying to go through, trying to see if I can find where the bookmark location would be so I can go back and actually give you guys the some updates here because I actually had those. Let me see. So where are the bookmarks? Because that's the hardest thing to actually find directly on this this what's the name? It's not even an extension. But yeah, give me so for anybody that's been here long enough during the live stream, let me know you guys' feelings about everything or anything that was mentioned. Something that stuck directly out, things of that nature. Like I said, I'm trying to look in the background for my bookmarks. What did I have that labeled in? I think I put it in, was it America? I think it was. Let me see. Just trying to specifically find this real quick. Elon. Yeah, I think, was it this? Okay, yeah, so it was on there. So what, they closed the summary for it? So at this moment in time, well, that was like 7 hours ago, they said this blog will be closed. So they said, what, Charlie Kirk shooting latest, they said FBI recovers rifle believed to have been used to take the life of Charlie Kirk. But yet they don't have any leads or anything taking place with a person of interest or anything. Like I said, this is going to be something. This is going to be something very, very interesting. This is going to be used for a lot of things in order to get certain things pushed. Like I said, I would not be too shocked if over time we start hearing about some new laws where, I mean, well, technically, you did have Trump earlier in the video say some things almost towards that effect. So I'm pretty sure somewhere in the future they're going to have something detailing with certain laws and the way that people will phrase or word their speeches direct. Like I said, this is going to have far-reaching implications. It is going to have far-reaching implications. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all my moderators. You got one of my moderators here, been here for the longest time possible, and obviously she has continuously had to post this because I'm guessing that people were saying stuff. I didn't catch it, but obviously I guess people must have been writing and saying some stuff. So as she said no profanity, no slurs, substitute your words, please and Thank you. Like I said, a very simple thing. Everybody's grown adults. You should know how to logically speak without any emotion being, specifically added in there. And like I said, I like I said, this is going to be a very eye-opening situation. And this is going to be something that a lot of people are going to have to figure out, and they're going to have to navigate, because you're going to deal now with a lot of people that are unhinged. If they weren't already unhinged or on borderline unhinged, now you're going to be dealing with people that are very unhinged, and they're just going to be waiting. They're just going to be waiting just for a reason. Like I said, man, this is going to be a crazy next 3 years? It's going to be a crazy 3 years. Rose said it shouldn't be new laws. Oh, but there will be. There will be. D Money says, Seji, I've been saying that, and the crime bill is coming. Yeah. Rose said, you should be able to say whatever you want to say. That is your freedom of speech. I mean, you are correct. And I've said this before. I've said this in a variety of live streams, variety of videos, right? Everybody got the freedom of speech. Right now, on my end, when it deals with consequences, like, yo, either you're going to get blocked or whatever. So, like I said, I got moderators here and everything. Like, that's you get ignored or you get blocked. Those are, the main two things when it deals with me and freedom of speech, when people want to decide to, really show themselves. Right. But again, that is their freedom of speech, right? That's what they decide that they want to sit up there and do. But like I said, you will have the few that will mess it up for the many. So like I told people before, even when it deals with this platform, I have the actual ability to show people's comments directly on live, right? Or as I would technically want to say, on air, in a sense. I could actually, as the videos are playing, I can actually have your videos, your comments playing live, like as you guys type them. But because the few have messed it up for the many, hey, we can't really do that. Because a lot of people want to sit up there. Hey, I want to sit up there and troll. Hey, I want to sit up there and be racist. Hey, I want to say some derogatory stuff. Hey, they start saying a whole bunch of out of the way stuff, messing it up for everybody else. Everybody's been through school, right? Y'all understand you got not even a class clown, but you got the other folks directly in there that want to mess up the pizza party. Because I've been there. I remember it was like, yo, we was about to have Little Caesars. And next thing we know, we're not having Little Caesars because people kept talking. A group of 4 people kept talking, kept doing this and kept doing that after the teacher was lenient and said things multiple times. So now it's like, hey, we ain't having no pizza party. Even though we did good on our test, even though we've been doing good the rest of the week, we ain't having that. And the teacher ain't like, well, I'm just going to have it for them, and then y'all just got to suffer through it. They're like, no, everybody got to suffer the consequences. Because then when everybody suffers, everybody will learn. And you know what happened? Everybody learned. And we started having those pizza parties. So like I said before, going from that experience and looking at that when it deals with the United States, everybody has to suffer consequences in a sense. So when it deals with the freedom of speech, everybody's going to have to sit up there and lose out on having the ability to just say anything at any time. Didn't they just criminalize being able to burn the flag? I think they just did that, right? Let me just make sure. Let me see. Law. Protected freedom of speech while the Congress attempted to outlaw and the Supreme Court struck it down. These laws include Flag Protection Act of 1989, ruling that they violated free speech rights. Therefore, in the United States, the act of burning the flag is legal, provided it is done on private property and does not endanger others. I could have sworn I seen. There we go, right there, up there by the White House. So let me put this up there, right? So since we're talking about freedom of speech, this is why, like I said, I love doing live streams, because we're doing stuff directly off the cuff, right? So dealing with freedom of speech, So let me just show this directly to y'all. So just in case anybody don't believe me, you can go directly here and you can look this up because I'm looking at it myself, right? And this is at whitehouse.gov. It said prosecuting burning of the American flag, August 20 executive orders, August 25th of 2025, by the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America. It is hereby ordered, Section 1. Purpose of our great American flag is the most sacred and cherished symbol of the United States of America and the American freedom, identity, and strength. Over nearly 2.5 centuries, many thousand American patriots have fought, bled, and died to keep the stars and stripes waving proudly. The American flag is a special symbol in our nation's life that should unite and represent all Americans of every background and walk of life. Desecrating it is uniquely offensive and provocative. It is a statement of contempt, hostility, and violence against our nation. The clearest possible expression of opposition to the political union that preserves our rights, liberty, and security. Burning the representation of America may incite violence and riot. American flag burning is also used by groups of foreign nationals as a circulated act to intimidate and threaten violence against Americans because of their nationality and place on earth. Notwithstanding the Supreme Court's ruling on the First Amendment protections, the court has never held that American flag desecration conducted in the manner that is likely to incite imminent lawless actions, or that is an action amounting to fighting words, right? So next they have, my administration will act to restore respect and sanctity to the American flag and prosecute those who incite violence or otherwise violate our laws while desecrating the symbol of our country to the fullest extent permissible under any available authority. Measures to combat desecration to the American flag. The Attorney General shall prioritize the law enforcement to the fullest extent possible of our nation's criminal and civil laws against acts of American flag desecration that violate applicable content neutral laws while causing harm unrelated to expression consistent with the First Amendment. This may include, but not limited to, violent crimes, hate crimes, illegal discrimination against American citizens, or other violations of American civil rights and crimes against property and the peace, as well as conspiracies and attempts to violate and aiding and abetting others to violate such laws. Right? In cases where the Department of Justice and other executive departments or agencies determines that the instance of American flag desecration may violate the applicable state or local laws, such as open burning restrictions, disorderly conduct laws, or destruction of property laws, the agency shall refer to the matter to the appropriate state or local authorities for potential actions. To the maximum extent permitted by the Constitution, the Attorney General shall vigorously prosecute those who violate our laws in ways that involve desecrating the American flag and may pursue litigation to clarify the scope of the First Amendment. So, like I said, I don't know what to tell people. Every and anybody can go specifically there to the .gov, to the government site, read it for yourselves, take it in and all of its glory, since we're up here talking about the freedom of speech and what people are able to do and are not able to do. So I felt like that technically fit because I had to make sure, because I'm like, I could have sworn Trump said something about this a little bit of ways ago or some previous videos. And I was like, okay, yeah, I was right. Because when I first looked it up, right, it came down to, let me make sure to bookmark that. Let me go back. Because when I first looked it up, this is the information that I got, right? They said that there is currently no federal law or Supreme Court ruling that prohibits flag burning. In fact, the Supreme Court has affirmed that burning the flag is a protected form of symbolic speech under the First Amendment. While Congress has attempted to outlaw it, the Supreme Court struck it down. Struck down these laws, including the Flag Protection Act of 1989, ruling that they violated free speech rights. Therefore, in the United States, the act of burning the flag is legal. provided it is done on private property and it does not endanger other people, right? So, like I said, there's a lot of stuff there. In one instance, it's all right, and in another instance, yeah, it's a little bit, it's waving, it's wavering, right? Like I said, people have to figure some stuff out. People are going to have to figure out specifically what is happening and what is going on. Let me see. Oh, you were going through a lot of stuff. You was like, it is not a law, and you're wrong. Da 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 da. This is why I made sure to bring up the information, and I put it directly up there. Wait, I'm highly confused. Henry Harper, who are you? who are you talking about? Who are you talking to specifically? You're like, yo, then you should leave. I'm not happy with what's going on here, but I would never desecrate my flag. Okay, but I'm trying to figure out who specifically are you talking about. Should basically leave or go or whatnot or whatever. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yo, what is up, Sham? What is up? What is up? What is up? That is, that's crazy. Henry Harper, I'm not sure if that's English or not. I'm not even sure what you wrote down there at the bottom. I'm actually looking for a logical reply. Like I said, I'd be trying to be as patient as possible with people to literally have conversations about things. And it seems that people just want to joke around. People don't want to be serious. Grown adults. And it's like it don't make any type of sense. And this is and again, like I said, it's in a sense the killing part of where a lot of people say that they're critical thinkers, they're logically sound, and they're able to have a sit down conversation. But it's like when you allow the platform or the avenue for people to actually, in a sense, give a response and actually speak, people just decide to do whatever. And I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. You said that's the name. Okay, the chat. I'm not even. Yeah, I still don't even understand what you mean by that. Wait, Sham said, I don't know. I think this Opal guy is hyped and gotta go, but maybe not. Crow said, I blame the left all day. This is the thing, right? You do realize, and again, it's like beating a dead horse. I'm like, you do realize at the end of the day that the government don't care about none of y'all, right? It don't matter if you vote Democrat, don't matter if you vote, they don't care. All of those people in office are rich. They are multimillionaires. They got generational wealth. They do not care. They don't care. Like the people in office is literally robbing the American people. And it's like, it's the left all day. Dog, the conservative Republicans don't care about you either. And like I said, I don't got no dog in this fight at all. Because don't nobody care in general. So I'm like, I'm not really in a sense caring. Not sitting up there getting my vote. You're not sitting up there baiting me for a vote either. But like I said before, the craziest thing is to know the fact that you still got people out here that are like, well, this political party, I don't really know them, but they're pretty much basically my best friends, and I'm going to sit up there and side with them. I'm like, dog, they do not care. The rich do not care for you. The rich do not care. And the craziest part is, as stated before, you got both Trump and Elon said that the left is responsible. And we don't have anybody. We're looking at an invisible man. So I'm like, how can you place blame and we don't have anybody in custody? Like, there's not even any type of leads on this, but the two main people that are in the White House that are part of the administration are just outwardly blaming a whole nother side. And because they say it, now it has to be true. It has to be factual. Because why else would the president of the United States basically say? Matter of fact, let me put it to y'all like this, right? We're going to get to a point of time. Europe and not even looking away. It's going to get to a point in time that even as the type of content that I do, where here and there out, talk about and mention politics and all this other type of stuff, it's going to get to a moment in time that these conversations won't even be able to be had. And that's the thing that I think a lot of y'all don't even realize. That we're living at a point in time where we actually have freedoms to actually speak. We can show disapproval, right? We can debate outwardly and openly with one another and all this other type of stuff. We are encroaching on a point in time where this will cease to exist. We are very much encroaching on that point in time. And it's like people are just still la 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 la, just walking through the streets like ain't nothing happening. Like, this is crazy. Like, I really feel like at times like I am going crazy when I look at a lot of this information. Because I'm like, maybe it's just me. Maybe I am thinking a little like I'm just like way like I went down some type of like rabbit hole and I got lost and I'm just like conspiracy mode, everything conspiracy, right? Maybe it's just that. Maybe it's just that, right? Maybe I'm just going crazy. Maybe I need some psychotropics. Maybe I need a tinfoil hat or something. But I can say what I don't need a tinfoil hat directly for is that I'm not sure. Have you guys seen the video of that happened where the government showed a video of a UFO being shot with a missile and the missile split and the UFO kept moving? Anybody saw that video? Like I said, I find it very interesting where a lot of these things are happening around the same time, or a lot of this information is coming out at very important times where people are just fixated on one thing and not looking everywhere else. And I'm like, and this is specifically, I'm going to be very specific to the white folks. We only got 123 people here. To the white folks out there, right? How many times, and I know some of y'all are probably like 50s and 60s, right? Because I look at the demographics and the ages of the people that normally come here. How many times in history has the United States government lied to you and told you that aliens don't exist and that they're not real? I grew up watching Unsolved Mysteries with my grandma, right? That was like channel, 43. I think that might have been like Lifetime or something, during that time, right? And they would always talk about these UFO sightings and all this other type of stuff. And, the whole main thing is like, do you believe? Right? Even the same thing with the X-Files. They would always say the truth is always out there. It would always question you, like, do you think, that it's real? Do you think that it, actually happened? But again, the United States military told you that, aliens don't exist. There's not little gray people running around, little green men. They told you this. It's like, there's no flying saucers. And then you're now living in a day and age where the government's like, hey, it don't matter what we set up there and told you before. Let's look at this beautiful beam footage of this UFO in the sky next to one of our most expensive planes directly out here, and how it is that we don't have any explanation for what type of tech, where it came from, how long it's been here, nor can we decipher what it is. They literally are getting questioned on the stand and they can't tell you anything. Like I said, so if this is not proof that the government lies directly to y'all, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's crazy. It is 100% crazy. Somebody said everyone saying UFO is here is lying. They are not. That is stupid. I'll put it to you like this. If this is the best way I can sit up there and in a sense put it, and I've put it like this for years. If you believe that humanity out of this whole universe where you got trillions of stars directly out there, or trillions of solar systems and whatnot, planets in the Goldilocks zone or whatnot or whatever. If you believe that we are the pinnacle of intelligence and of life, dear God, sweet mother of Christ, I need you to sit up. No, so I'm sorry. Like I said, I am human all day long, and I'm like, this cannot be the height of just whatever life is in this universe. I'm like, no, this cannot be. This just cannot be. There has to be something better. There has to be something better. There has to be something that has moved past all of the things that we are currently facing and going through at this moment in time. This cannot be the pinnacle of the universe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like I said, that's just me. That's just me. Somebody said, why do you need the government to confirm it? Oh, yes, you need to be told. No, for the if you technically think about a lot of different things out here, a lot of different civilizations, they believe in different things, right? Certain people got skinwalkers, or you got certain types of things directly out there that walk amongst us, right? You got other things that are deep in the sea that we don't know nothing about, and this is why I tell people, if you look deep enough in the darkest parts of the ocean, something will stare back. So again, in a lot of instances for me, minus the technology, this is one of those reasons why I feel as though that science is not really trying to map out the whole landscape of all of the oceans and all of the crevices, directly out there, because there are things out there that even they themselves are afraid of and that they can't explain. So some people, you got people out there that need to be told something. That's on them. Like I said, how many people watch mainstream media, right? MSM. How many people sit up there and do that and believe everything that's out there in the news? A tremendous amount of people. How many people actually go out there and do research on those stories? Not a lot. Even on my platform, I've gone back and I've shown people factual evidence on where the media has literally messed up and reported lies, and how it is that they can't even keep track, nor will they apologize for the lies that they specifically put out there. They'll just be like, "Oh, we're going to skip over that. We're going to continue to the other information that we got." I'm like, "Dog, you just misled a lot of people. You need to come out and properly apologize, and you need to put everything in a specific order so that people have the right information, so that there's not a delay or any type of misguided notion in that information." Like I said, the media doesn't want to do that. You don't, in a sense, really have real journalism at this moment in time. We're not really dealing with, in a sense, facts. We're dealing with certain things, but it's not really facts. But Sham said, why not here? There's more than likely life here as well. More than likely life finds us hostile and doesn't want to interact with us too much. No, yeah. I've said that as well too. Because the one main thing that they've always stated, like I said, what do they call that? That one object that's in the Earth's solar system? I think it's called like the Black Knight. It's this large object. I think it has like an elliptical orbit in the Earth's atmosphere, and scientists, NASA, whoever, they still can't explain what that object is. But I'm like, dog, with all of the technology and how many times y'all put quote unquote satellites into the atmosphere, shouldn't y'all have put something to look like? How many telescopes y'all got looking, trillions of light years away, but you can't point that same thing to look directly at whatever that elliptical that the object is that's doing the elliptical orbit around the planet? Like, you got to be kidding me. Like, like I said, stuff don't make sense, man. There's a lot of stuff out here that just don't make any type of sense. It doesn't make any type of sense. Well, I'll put it to you like this, right? Because you said I didn't say that there ain't no life in other places in that gigantic universe, but I'm pretty sure they are not here. I sit up there and put it to you like this. What's the main thing that science likes to always tell people when it deals with like any pyramids that are found in Africa? They'll be like, "Oh, the Africans, they're not smart enough to sit up there and do that. It was aliens, right? They had to receive and get the information from elsewhere. So how else? So if we're going by that notion, right, that the Africans there, they're not smart enough to build those pyramids on their own, right? They didn't have the technology, they didn't have the brain power. It had to be a source from an outer worldly source, right? So that would mean that aliens visited here, right? How else would that information get here? Because I'm not about to be like, yeah, they were just like at night, they were just like they looked on a planet, it was like, yo, we're gonna beam specific information to this one swath group so that they can build the things that we want them to build. That don't even make sense. It would make more sense if those people actually came here and then hands-on taught whoever built the pyramids how to build the pyramids and other things when it deals with civilization and and all this other type of stuff. That would make more sense. And again, if people wanted to stay away from humans but still be on Earth, they could go deep in the waters because they would have technologies to basically deal with the pressures where it is in areas of which that we can't go or see or even know anything about. Just saying, just saying, just saying. Vincent Taylor said into the primordial deep. Sham said, I'm pretty sure that they are here and been here. We have artifacts that show they visited here quite frequently, and they treat humans more like a science study. Yeah. You also said most of the advancements were so rapid. Many officials have stated that they have poached them off of alien ships, which is why the army has a lot of tech first. I mean, of course. I mean, there's a lot of other things directly into that. People have also talked about this is now when it gets into like the whole conspiracy side, Tartarian tech, and things of that nature, and Ice Wall and General Bird, and all that type of stuff. Opal Guy said Egypt is in Africa. I mean, yeah, we know, but again, also in the same instance, you got people that separate Egypt from Africa, right? Because people want to make it seem as though that okay, well, Egypt is like smart. It's not a part. It's not a part of Africa. It just can't be. It's impossible, right? Like I said before, a lot of the notions and the things that are placed directly out there are placed for specific reasons, because people want others to believe that okay, the obviously Group A has to be the most intelligent people here, but if there's another group of people that seemingly are as intelligent or more than, we have to specifically brand and put it in a category that states that hey, somebody gave them this information. They didn't just come with or have this knowledge, because we got Group A who is pretty much the masters of the universe, right? Sham said Mesopotamian religions ancient before Judaism described their gods as alien, even describes the ships and etc. They came here for gold and to enslave humans to mine gold for their planet. Getting into conspiracy. Technically that is sounding like the whole thing deal like, Nibiru and everything of the sort. And then that also goes into the whole other thing that I was telling people about before, going to conspiracy, where our solar system is in a sense a binary solar system where there's two stars, which would then give reason to why it is that we have, in a sense, planets further out. Because Pluto at one moment in time was a planet, but then one of Pluto's moons or another object out there was actually larger than it, which then disqualified Pluto from being a planet, right? So yeah, and then they stated later on that yeah, there's another solar system out there. I think it's beyond the Kuiper belt. I think it was. I forgot what it was. I used to know this oh so well. I want to say it should be the Kuiper belt. But beyond our solar system, there is another solar system with a very dim star. I think it is. Is it a brown dwarf or something like that? But it's basically it's a warm star. It's nothing bright. It's not like a red or something you would consider a green, yellow, orange, or anything like that. It's a very, very dark, type of star. And that's, from all intents and purposes, that's why you have Pluto with the weird orbit that it has, where it crosses into its orbit and then it crosses into the solar system, along with a few other things as well too. And they've also found other objects that have elliptical orbits that go around the sun and the solar system, further out as well too. So again, there's a lot of things that even still with science that we're still finding out still to this day. Opal said, "You presume ancient civilizations were stupid. They were not." No, actually, for me, I don't. I'm going by the nonsense that has always been placed out there, because there's always been one demographic that has tried to place themselves at the top and everybody else technically at the bottom. So I'm going by that information directly there, and also how they show it in history books. Chaos said Egypt is in Tennessee. Sham said no one presumes that. Actually, whites taught humans were cavemen, whereas blacks never believed that. Now they're finding humans were advanced even 10,000 years ago. What is it? Brian McCartney said, "Oh my God, Pluto was disqualified as a planet because the definition for a planet changed over the past 20 years, thus disqualifying it as a planet." I mean, I just said that though. I did just say that though. Opal guy said brown dwarf. Yeah. What is it? Being said, Tim's story about mining gold, etc., was said by the KFC dude. KFC dude. I'm not even sure what you've been talking about, but no, I've heard similar stories about that before. Lord have mercy. And I've had conversations about this so many times I could list the varieties of people. What was it, like the custodians and all the other? I forgot. It's a whole. But again, that's getting into the whole conspiracy, type of deal. Sham said, I'm just going through religion / mythology. Believe in Mesopotamian religion. Then you read into Christianity or the Book of Enoch. Also, some ancient Native American religions have that connection as well. Yeah, and I think I still have the Book of Enoch on my computer. I think I remember talking about that just a small bit. I want to say roughly about 3 years ago. Nocturnal said yes, they were very smart, those ancient Egyptians, and got a lot of force-fed help from something, but still not proof of aliens. Pluto was a planet when I was a kid. Yeah, Pluto was a planet. Yeah, trust me. I remember, but I always thought about something being out there, because when I looked at the picture of the solar system that they gave us and looked at everybody else's orbit, and Pluto's orbit was just weird. And I'm like, that don't make no type of sense. But then on top of that, going back into a few other things that have transpired, there are, let me see, how many things that transpired, about what, like two? So Pluto with the odd orbit, number one. Number two should be Uranus with the weird orbit because it's on the side, right? How that's basically running. And then number three, you have the area in between where we had another planet after Mars, where you have in between Mars and Jupiter, you got the asteroid belt. It was stated that the asteroid belt is there because there was a planet there, but something happened during the making of the solar system where whatever planet was supposed to be there was destroyed, which then made the asteroid belt. So then you got this whole other thing where they talk about every 2 or 3,000 years, uh, this other star, solar system, planet, whatnot, or whatever comes directly cuts through the solar system. So if you add all of that up, it would seem as though that a large enough object that's able to have an effect both on Pluto, and it can tip one of our larger heavenly bodies on its side, on top of more than likely having a gravitational pull to basically crush whatever that planet was, is, stuff starts to make a little bit of sense. But again, I might be just a crazy guy, directly out here. Is there, I might be the crazy guy, directly out here. You said we live in a three-sun system. The funniest thing is I've showcased videos. Wait, did I put those on TikTok? I think I forgot. I think on either here or on TikTok, I might have showed off videos from around the world where people were showing three suns and whatnot. And normally when you put up those videos, you got a lot of other people like, no, that's not three suns. That's just a refraction of light and this, that, and the third, and all this other. I'm like, all right. I mean, I do understand that you got bots directly out here that's real quick to the point to try to refute, a lot of things. And I'm just like, why not just go on a what if? Why not just go on like a wonder trip for a split second and just think like, yo, could this be like on some Tatooine, type of thing? Because like I said before, we've had different instances where, people have seen things, either near the sun or behind the sun, like stuff that just did not make sense. Stuff that didn't make sense. But also on top of the fact that, China is able to make, a sun themselves. But like I said, it's a lot of stuff out there, a lot of different technology that a lot of people are not paying attention to. Cass said we have pyramids in America. That is correct. Brian McCartney said, no, you said we have a secondary solar system, or that we are part of a binary solar system. If that were true, we would not have a stable planet. What I'm saying is that the other star is far enough away where it's not interacting with us. That's what I'm saying. And then the other thing I want to sit up there and state as well too is that if you look throughout the solar systems, the universe itself, it's pretty common to have solar systems that have multi stars directly in it. Like you got Sirius A, Sirius B, and all of these other stuff. Like it's very common to have multi-star solar systems, stuff within proximity, and and things of that nature. But usually they're far enough away where it's not really going to interact with one another. Now in other instances, things may be a little bit can't get my words right because I'm hungry. Things may be a little bit different, right? Where stuff is a little bit too close, and now you got some things. Because I remember one solar system, I can't specifically give you the star name, but I swear to you, there was a solar system out there where the stars are so close that I think the orbit of the planet actually switches in between the stars. Take it with a grain of salt because it's been a long time since I've looked back at a lot of this, the information and the stories from a lot of science articles and stuff like that. But that's one of the things that I do remember, though. Opal Guys said people learn how to build pyramids because they didn't have social media and the internet to distract themselves. Corn said left wingers don't believe in peaceful political discussions. That is incorrect. I've seen people on both sides actually have some logical conversations, and nothing, came from any type of violence or anything of that sort. Like I said before, when it comes to a point in time where you got Democrats like, yo, Republicans are always violent, and then you got Republicans like, no, it's the Dems that's always violent. At the end of the day, no party is innocent. That's the best way I put it. Both parties have always been a part of voting for wars or going directly into war. So it's crazy to sit up there and say on one end, it's like, all right, one party is violent and the other party is not violent. But in general, both of these parties come together, quote unquote, bipartisan, whatever you want to call it, and they vote on if we're going to go to war and not go to war. And we've been going to war. So who can actually say who's violent and who's not violent? When the people who are the heads and the leads of these political parties are about wars. They're about violence. They're about loss of life. So I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Opal said, step pyramids don't take advanced knowledge to build. Timmy said, let me hear some good Uranus jokes. That's why I pronounce it Uranus, because I've pronounced it the other way before, and then people got on me. I'm like, yeah, I ain't doing that. Sham said the Milky Way is estimated to have up to 400 billion stars that are like our sun. Even within the Milky Way, there could be life older than us or younger. Yeah. Yep. Brian said this is why we are missing a lot of rocky planets in our solar system. Samuel said, did you see? I mean, I saw everything that happened in 4K. And it's not anything that I would be cheerful about. So, like I said, for Samuel, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. Okay, so you said so for you said that the real Charlie Kirk conspiracy, that it was an inside job to cause a civil war, and the Republicans want the Democrats to act out the violence and take countermeasures they plan. Now, see, now that one technically it makes more, like, that goes back to what I said before about a catalyst is needed in order to enact or to cause or to have a response to certain things. That goes into what I talked about earlier. Brian said Earth is potentially a second or third generation planet, meaning it was mainly other planets that were busted up and reformed. But again, that was just a theory. No, I know what you're talking about. Because I heard something, they were talking about Mars and how you got the rivers and the waterways and stuff of that nature, up there. And they were saying that more than likely at one point in time, somewhere long ago, Mars more than likely had life. But something happened, and then it was like, we gotta evac, we gotta leave, right? And I think they might have said the same thing about Venus in some, offshoot of a theory where some terraforming potentially went wrong, which caused the planet to now be acidic. Because if anybody knows anything about Venus, it's very hot because of the thick blanket of clouds there, and it rains nothing but acid rain. Right. So if the acid rain does not eat through whatever vehicle that you're on when you're trying to go there, then the immense pressure is going to take you out. It's going to crumble you up into a nice tin can. Um. So yeah, I've heard quite a few things. I have heard quite a few things. Um. Let's see. Being said, three suns on Egyptian stones and pictures. No, I know what you're talking about. Trust me, I done seen a variety of pictures, both ancient and new. I know exactly what you're talking about. Brian said, have you watched The Three Body Problem? Is actually rooted in very strong theory and or facts about physics. I know the series that you're talking about. I saw, I think, about 3, maybe 4 episodes of it. And then I think I fell off and I got distracted and I went somewhere else. But I know what you're talking about. Like I said, it's a lot of series. Like, I like science shows. Like, I'm very intrigued, very interested. But yeah, I got to get back to a lot of shows. I pretty much, my time is absorbed in either, hey, I'm doing content, live streams, recording, cutting videos, looking up stuff online, and then whatever spare time I got, all right, play a little bit of video games, eat some food, go to sleep, do the exact same thing over again. So I don't pretty much really catch a lot of movies and shows technically. Still got to catch up on movies and stuff from some years prior. Nocturnal said the smart farts say that Pluto is too small and too far away, and if Pluto has to be a planet, many others has to be one too. And I say, so what? The more, the better. Brian said a planet like ours would never survive in a three-body system. Not to mention, we have astronomers who have charted the stars and planets for hundreds of years now, and they would have found 2 or more stars. I mean, this is also true. Well, I'm talking about scientists, with the searching the system and all this other type of stuff. The one thing that I've learned though is that when it deals with science, nothing is finite. I remember in the 2000s when scientists, it was just a theory about black holes. Like when you ask the main people, even if you go back and look at some of the stuff when it deals with like the TOC, the Discovery Channel, all this, the main scientists there, the main science body, they were like, yeah, black holes, nah, that's not a thing, right? Up until recently, where they're like, okay, yeah, black holes are a thing, and every single galaxy has a black hole at its center. And they were like, this is why the galaxies they spin, because there's a black hole, heavy gravitational pull at the center, causes the rotation or whatnot or whatever. But then that whole situation got thrown out of whack when they found a galaxy that had a whole different shape that's not spiral. So, like I said, science is very interesting because nothing is ever finite. And the other thing about science is that they will not give out all the information. They won't tell you everything. A lot of things we will never know about this planet or about our solar system or even about technology. So, when it deals with, scientists saying that they're looking for this and they're doing it, you gotta technically try to take that with a grain of salt. Because like I said before, the Black Knight or whatever it is that they call that object that's in Earth's orbit that science still don't know nothing about, I got a question on how you don't know something that is within your planet's orbit. But it's like you study the stars all day long. We got these satellites in Chile and wherever else that can peer and look directly into the night sky. They can see the faintest of stars, but we don't know what that object is. Like I said, you got to question some stuff. Opal said, "And that planet will be hostile to human life, but maybe not life in general." I got you. I got you. Brian said, "Then that is not a binary system." Extra said, "Both sides have violent people, and that is the point that I brought up earlier." Sham said, yes, our solar system is solitary due to them being one sun in our orbiting system, but there are stars within the Milky Way that are the same size as the sun. Somebody said that somebody is projecting. I'm not sure. Um, G said two heads of the same Hydra. Yeah, yeah, yep. Brian said, then that's not a binary system, or else we would know it. He said, you are referencing binary solar systems that are light years away. You are telling us that we can't figure out that we are part of one. This is all I'm saying. When they happen to mention the whole thing about Nibiru and what that is and where it comes from and stuff, let me know. Because I remember hearing about the stories and seeing some type of scientific picture on what it's supposed to be and where it's supposed to be located and how whatnot or whatever. Like I said, I'm going by the information that I've understood over the years when I've heard quote unquote scientists mention and talk about these things. So, like I said before, take it with a grain of salt. You don't got to believe me because I am not a scientist. I'm just going again off of the information that those out there in those fields have talked about and referenced and all these other things. Brian says, so you're certain of solar systems that are light years upon light years away, but we're not sure about our own solar system. You said, of course, if anyone is using you as a source for astronomy, that is a problem number one. I mean, whatever. So I clearly said that. I'm going conspiracy. I don't know how many times I got to sit up there and keep listening to this and keep listening that I'm going off of stuff that I've either watched, read, or learned about, over the years and things of that nature. Nobody said that you got to sit up there and believe me and take it. Like I said, anytime that I happen to, mention anything about aliens, you don't got to believe anything that I'm sitting up saying. Take it with a grain of salt. It's just a conversation. Yeah, that's a crazy. I'm just having just a casual conversation about some stuff that anybody can interact with. You know, I'm cooling down from the rest of the conversation of everything else that's going on. Opal said Thea smashed into Earth to create the moon in one theory. Sham said, calm down, Brian. Not everyone can explain science that well. I understood what he was trying to say. We do have some binary suns in the Milky Way. We do have a red star about 4 light years away. Uh, let me see. What else we got? Yeah, because I saw the comment that, like I said, I don't even know why people even keep pulling up to the scene. I can tell that this is way worse on TikTok, where people just come in and just start saying stuff. Sham said part of humanity is learning and redefining things. Tradition is a horrible thing if not used right, as it keeps humans dumb and behind. Pluto has no gravitational pull. Yeah. It's a small body and it gets pulled by other bodies directly out there. That's what I've understood, at least. Opal guys said, as live streams go, this one is pretty good. Hey, much appreciation. If you find some type of enjoyment out there, I'm doing my job. Doing my job. Um, Falcon said, what's the crime in burning a flag, authorized fire, destruction of property? I mean, you got to ask the White House on that. I mean, I forgot I still had the information up there because we're on a whole different conversation. But you can go to the whitehouse.gov and they have the information up there dealing with how it is that they're going to treat, potentially prosecute, and go at people who are flag burning and the different steps that they, specifically have about that. So, like I said, for me, I don't know what to tell people anymore. Everything is mixed up, everything is jumbled, stuff is not finite. It's stated on the website.gov that it's an executive order or whatever, however it is they want to sit up there and frame it. So, people gonna have to figure it out. Like I said, the waters are looking very murky, at this moment in time, which is dangerous. Like when it deals with laws, when it deals with a lot of things going on with the country, things need to be finite. We can't have we're confused or it's a this or that. It needs to be straight down the middle. It needs to be well defined, well written out, and in such a way, language wise, that a fifth grader can read, so that nobody's confused on anything. But that's the thing that I also want to mention before I continue on with this. In a lot of instances, when it deals with, let's say, like legalese and all of these other types of things, um, because the United States government has an understanding of the education level of a lot of folks directly out here. They know for a fact that a lot of people are not going to do research on words and try to figure out what things mean. We're just going to pretty much follow whatever the talking heads basically say. So that's doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, doesn't matter if you're Republican. Pretty much everybody follows whatever those people say. If they say that this legal jargon here says that, okay, I can walk across the street and jaywalk and I can have a snow cone in my pocket, people will be like, okay, well, that's what it says because that's what they said that it said. Instead of actually trying to take out a few different dictionaries or whatnot and decipher every single thing that is in front of them to figure out what the real meaning is. Right. And that happens a lot. But anyways, uh, what was it? Falcon said so. You said triggering feeders. I don't even know what that means. Oh, okay. Opal guy was talking about okay, it triggers people's feelings. Okay, I got what you were saying. So I guess that's what Falcon was referring directly to. So Falcon was like, so triggering the feelings as you call it is a crime. I guess. I like this is directly from the White House. That's the best. Hey, I don't know what to tell you. Nocturnal said, yeah, they said yesterday too that they found micro traces of microlife in Iraq again, and they did the same years ago. Oval Guy said it is the First Amendment right for anyone Even a non-citizen has the right to burn the flag. Yo, RJ, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Opal guy said, so no, hurting feelings isn't a crime. To answer your question, Nocturnal said, well, I do not trust the United States government or my government. They appear to be rotten to the core and everything of the sort. BA said the moon is an artificial construct. You know, the funny thing is, I remember looking at a movie. Was that the movie with Halle Berry, or was it? No, I think it was another movie. But anyways, in a movie that I saw before, some people may know what I'm talking about, right? Because it's in reference to what BA basically said, right? In the movie or the show, the moon was a artificial construct, and within the moon was actually a white dwarf. And I'm like, huh. I'm like, that is very, very interesting. I'm like, that would, in a sense, answer a lot of things. And then going back to, now again, take it with a grain of salt, Mandela effect, memory, I don't know. But I remember that I think science or whoever, they sent a rocket or whatever to the moon, and they struck it, and they said that it gave off the sound of a bell or something. Let me make sure to just look this up. Um Let me see. Okay, that's the Apollo mission. Dun 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 dun. Where? Okay, maybe I'm tripping. I could have sworn. Didn't they hit the moon with like a rocket or something recently? About some years back. Let me see. Yeah, I think it should have. Let me see. Let me just type in rocket. I'm sure. Okay, so they said they didn't hit it with a rocket. What? So the NASA slammed a rocket into our lunar site. The findings to an age-old question. Data about the moon is still being transmitted back to Earth from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter launched back in 2009. Hmm. I could have sworn that people were sitting up saying it made a noise. Anyways, so maybe I was incorrect. Might have been incorrect. Mo says, said your FBI just released a photo of the person of interest. Wait a minute, let me see. Let me see if I can actually find it here. Let me see. The image released by the FBI shows a person interested in connection to the Charlie Kirk's fatal shooting. So who is this person? Why is it every single time? Let me just put this up here. So this is supposed to be the person. Shout out to Mo for putting that directly up there. So this is supposed to be the person of interest, right? I just want to know, why is it every single time that we get some information, everything is like Bigfoot footage? Ah, okay. Let me take down these other pictures. Hold on, I gotta take these down. Take these down. All right, there we go. So let me post that again. So this is supposed to be the person of interest. I'm just trying to figure out why is it every single we're in 2025 and you mean to tell me that we still got Bigfoot 1990, 1980 circa cameras directly out here with all of the tech. iPhones got better cameras than this. My Android has better cameras than this. You mean to tell me that you have all of these political areas of which that people can go to in the public and y'all do nothing to update cameras? Like this has to be illegal. Like if we're going to do if people want to sit up there and actually make some laws, can we please make laws on them putting in better cameras? Like I do not understand. I do not understand. So I just want to see how this is going to go. Because they said that this is the photo of the person of interest, and this is directly, on the Guardian. So we're going to see how that works. Looks like a pretty thin build, blue jean pants. I can't really sit up there and glasses, dark hat, dark shirt, coloration. Can't even really sit up there and give you nothing because not sure if we're even working with shadows, tanning, or actual melanin. Either one of the three, maybe a combination. So it's like now they have a supposed person of interest after they've already had two people in custody. So when they had those two people in custody, where was this person that they now have this picture of? And then on top of that, what part of the college was this picture taken? Let me see if I can find this. FBI shares a photo of a person of interest. Salt Lake City FBI field office has shared pictures of a person of interest in the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Two pictures posted on X shows a person in black sunglasses, baseball cap, long sleeve black shirt, and jeans. The FBI is asking the public to help identify the person in connection with the attack at Utah Valley University on Wednesday. Oh, wait, hold on. We got a little bit of a clear. Hold on. I got to go to X real quick because they got like another angle. All right, so we got a little bit. That's what I was trying to figure out if it was like some shadows or something. Now the person. So we see the first picture, right? Person's looking kind of dark there. And then you go directly to the other image where it seems as though the person's looking technically slightly lighter. Right? Oh, I got to take Mo's image down real quick. So we go back and forth. Right? Like I said before, if this is the lead, they'll probably find something kind of quick. Unless that person is wearing one of those Hollywood style silicone masks that I told y'all about. So like I said before, that's a whole nother thing too. They do have some very good silicone masks that they use that people just so happen to pick up. I think how much they cost? I think they're like anywhere from like $2 to $5 or maybe like $1,000 or something like that. And they are lifelike. And you can buy them in a variety of skin tones. So we will see. We will see how this works out. Sham said they know for a fact that 50% of the country can't read, and a good 36% can't read above a fourth grade level. They also know public education is horrible in the States. Somebody said, who cares? Over guys said the EO was purposely written to be vague. E-Money said the Lord's work. Mo said Moonfall. Was that the name of was that the name of the movie or the show that I'm referring to? But like I said, it's been a minute. Oh yeah, that might be it. Yeah. Because I think the moon did. It was breaking apart. It was breaking apart from. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nocturnal said, and yeah, that was a cool movie. What is the name of that one? Mo said it was called Moonfall. like I said, sometimes I just be watching random stuff because it looks nice. Yeah, I'm like, hey, it's sci-fi. I'm just gonna sit up there and watch it, see what happens. That type of deal. Opal guy said, that's crazy. He said what's brown, it sounds like a bell. Dung, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. Sham said you look at that picture, they said college aid. You can see the wrinkles in the blurred image. That man is in his 50s. I mean, I was looking at the posture. I was just because it's looking like weird, to like the left, like the person uses like a walker or something. But I'm just saying that could have just been whatever. Oba guy said it was dozens or so years ago. What was here? Oba guy said, Sham, old people go to college too. Sham said he wasn't no college age kid. They're trying to say that he's a man in his 20s. RJ said, apologies, I am driving. Sham said that man is not college age or college anything. That man is a retired sniper and he's a hired hit man. RJ said, I am good. All right, brother. All right, brother. I see you. Nocturnal said it was Moonfall from 2022, and yeah, Halle Berry's in it. Okay. I at least I know I'm not slipping that far. I'm like, all right, my memory is working somewhere. Sham said that is an old man. Sorry that it's not a young kid. D Money said the footage from. Yeah, and that's the crazy part. If you think about it, the footage that they got from the assassination is clearer. And I'm talking about they had angles. They had different clarities. I swear it almost probably went up to like 4K. But I'm looking at this video right here. I don't know what this is. You can't make heads or tails. Right? You can put quite a few people with that type of facial structure and everything directly in some glasses and dark clothing and come up with the same image. I'm like, this is crazy. Nocturnal said all public CCT cams suck. Yeah, they do. D Money says 16 pixels. Yeah. Opal guy said looks like a patriot with that shirt. Yeah, because I do see the American flag up there. I wonder, is that a Trump shirt? I don't know, but it looks to be an American flag because I see the stripes. I can't really make out the stars, but I do see those stripes. Somebody said he's skinny. Yeah, he is. That would also explain how it is that the person didn't get caught and they got away so quick. You said it looks like the bullhorn guy in one of his videos. Nocturnal said, and how to be sure on it's the right guy. Yeah, that's like I said, this third, as people normally say, third time is the charm, right? They had two guys in custody who, for whatever suspicious reasons or whatnot or whatever, and they let those dudes go. This is the third time. So, like I said, we're barely even 48 hours. Actually, hold on. Let me just are we even 24 hours in? Yeah, I'm just go back to what I said. We're not even like 48 hours in. And we're on to like a third suspect at this moment in time. Sham said, why is he a person of interest? I wonder as well. Nocturnal said, right this week in 2025, and potato vision is still a thing. Yeah, it is, which is crazy. Good Time said, obviously he's not a patriot. He might have looked like one because it's a disguise. He wanted to blend in. I mean, that's true as well, too. That is true. Sham said he still looks like a 50-year-old man. Opal said, flags and guns must be a true American. Opal said maybe in his 40s. Dirt Level said he looks like he's in between 20 to 55. That is a wide range. Nocturnal said the Opal guy is correct. Are you an Aussie? Let me see. Sham said LMAO Dirt. He an average young looking mofo. Opal guy said, would a mask interfere with vision? I know for, let's say, for certain cameras. Where's the phone at? Okay, it's 12:30. Anyways, My alarm always goes off. I know for certain cameras where it's facial recognition technology, there are certain things that can actually mess with that. I do know that, but for normal cameras, I'm not sure. Good Time said it looks like he's holding a weapon on his shoulder. It does look like in this image that he has like some straps. It does look like he has shoulder straps to the left and the right. Because if you look to the left of the screen on that shoulder, it looks kind of bulky. And this is a thin man, so he's not going to have large shoulders or whatnot. So that very easily could be some straps. And then when you look to the right, you can easily tell that that is a strap going from the shoulder all the way down to the arm where the picture of the American flag or whatever that is located. And then it seemingly wraps, directly underneath. So yeah, it seems as though he has a book bag. Now, in the other image, if we go here, it doesn't really look like that. It sort of looks like here that he may have on a hoodie. Looks like here it may be a hoodie, but again, it could be another type of backpack as well, too. Nocturnal said, I found out Moonfall is the one. All right, all right. Shout out to Mo. Ramel said, Fred Hampton was assassinated by the United States government by the means of the Chicago PD over his social and political stances and views. Never forget that. I would just like to say I'm not sure how that gets teamed directly up because I've noticed online how people are trying to team up the whole thing with like Malcolm X and things deal with the Black Panthers with the Panthers, and they're trying to correlate that with like Charlie Kirk. I'm like, that is not in the same vein here. That's not in the in not even on the same street. Because those are obviously different viewpoints, right? You got one group that is for Black people speaking out against the racism in this country and the things that is specifically going on and all the other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever. And then you got Charlie Kirk and his points of views and his opinions and everything of the sort. It was nowhere in the same street as Malcolm X or Black Panther. Like I said, whole two different things. Somebody said play the dial up sound for peak 80s tech nostalgia. You might as well be playing like some AOL, realistically. Most said it's a backpack. Okay, I got you. Nocturnal said he's wearing a latex mask. That could be a thing as well, too. Chucky said he looks Caucasian. That is possible. Like I said, I'm looking directly at the picture. So I'm looking at the picture and I'm see somebody else set up just said it could be somebody of the gender. Like I said, it's up in there at this moment in time. Riddler said he does not look college age. Somebody said release pics of two totally different people in the same clothes for total confusion. Jimmy James said he's incognito and trying to make him be someone he's not. The ladies Joshua? Why do some people spell Erica with a K? What? I'm a little bit confused on that. Nocturnal said guess the pic is a zoom in on the video clip, but still the CC television sucks. Yeah. Kay said find the person that did this. Yeah. So that all of the feelings and whatnot can sort of simmer down before things get way worse. D-Money said he might suffer from Benjamin's Button disease, where he looks young and old at the same time. Sham said he probably dumped the backpack. Yeah, that's true. Ramel said it is body armor. Huh. I mean, like I said, a lot of the stuff that y'all are mentioning right now, a lot of stuff can make sense. Sham said no, that looks like a tactical vest under his shirt. That is highly possible too. Stanley said America lost a treasure with the assassination yesterday of Charlie Kirk. Very sad. The Opal guy said, Ash, nobody mourns him. Phil said, please tell me you are not sharing this as the shooter. So I'm putting the information directly out there that matter of fact, so let me just do this, right? Because I'm not trying to have people try to state that I'm placing misinformation up there. So let me just make this very clear on who posted this. So you're not going to be sitting up there question. If you want to question somebody, question the FBI. So let's look at what it states here, right? And this is I'm looking directly at the the site on X, right? They said we are asking for the public's help to identify this man of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. So again, this is the FBI Salt Lake City that posted this. So if you have any questions on why this is being placed directly up on social media when it's dealing with Charlie Kirk, go talk to the FBI. Go talk to the FBI. Don't question me about it. Go question the FBI. Opal said, LOL, I'm going to have to leave. Y'all have a good day, Patriots. All right, all right, all right. Have a good day. The Opal guy said, leaving the light for you. Much appreciation. Nocturnal said, I think he's wearing a latex mask and dressed as a patriot of some kind. There's a lot of options. Did Charlie Kirk have any fallout with any Trump people or Democrats? Nobody knows. That wasn't even listed. Sham was like, Phil, you've been smoking that stuff. Probably so. Probably so. Gail was like, wait a minute, what is that? John Fire said the shirt, the ensemble is very Caucasian. Let me see. Ramel said, down, it goes beyond. That's great, but like I said, I'm still saying when it's dealing with the Black Panthers and everything, this is two different sides of a story. Two different sides. Let me see what we got. William said the person looks like a professional sniper. Shem said they'll find him, but I don't think the feelings will calm down since they're trying to make it a liberal versus Republican thing when clearly this guy is a pro. He made a 600-foot shot. Gail said, looks like the average deer hunter to me. Phil said, oh, you talking to D-Money. You might want to be very careful talking to D-Money. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, you might want to be very cautious on that, Phil. Be very, very, very cautious. That man has the power. Yes, he has the power. Nocturnal said, yeah, his hands are definitely Caucasian, but all in all, could just be a scapegoat. Jeffrey said, I thought it was an old man that they arrested. Originally, that's one of the people that was supposed to be listed as a suspect that was at least in custody for whatever reason. They stated yesterday that it had to do with obstruction of justice. I don't even specifically know what that even means or what he was obstructing, but they let him go. So obviously he had nothing to do with nothing. Sham said, nah, he's leaning. He's lean. Most snipers are very lean. They have to be unseen. He's a higher hit for sure. This young guy is not making a 600-foot shot with that. All right. Shane said he looks liberal. Right. Gail said, homeboy said that Charlie. That's crazy. D-Money said Charlie had beef with Nick. You talking about what, like Nick Fuentes? Is that what you talking about? Sham said, sometimes people will take their own order to spark outrage or spark a movement. He might have been. That's a good point. Like I said, all of these theories, like, yo, these are some points. Immortal said, I'm from the EU, and what y'all mean when y'all say Caucasian? Caucasian. What does Caucasian normally mean? Somebody give me a refresher course. Like maybe I might have, dropped out of school or something. Somebody let me know what Caucasian is again. Because maybe the meaning might have changed or something like that. Somebody let me know. D-Money say he looks like every Republican that I know. J Mayo replied, he said, immortal, it means white. Nocturnal said, oh, wow, that's crazy. 200 feet. Immortal said, oh, thanks. V said, LOL, American flag on the shirt, Second Amendment, dude right there. AK said he can be a journalist. J Mayo said, I think something is off. Like he's been made to look a certain way, looking right at the camera, and then that on his shirt, right? Okay, Demo. Okay, so you were talking about Nick Fluences. Okay, I got you. Nicholas said Caucasian means somebody coming from the Caucasus Mountains. D-Money said, wait, what was it? This man said the whitest of whites. That reminds me of a Thai commercial. Sham said, yeah, he had beef with the far-right racist guy. I doubt Nick is behind this. It's not sloppy. The screams of... V said people are such morons. How is this going to be an inside job? He was in one of the most red states during the time of Republican president, Republican Congress, and Republican courts. So this is the best way I can sit up there and put it. Some people will look at things as like, does the ends justify the means? In a lot of instances of a lot of stories, what have you normally seen, right? A catalyst or something will have to happen one way or another in order to enact certain plans, because any other way it's not going to happen. It's not going to work, right? Nobody's going to 100% like, better yet, I'll put it to you like this, right? Any and every single time Lex Luthor wanted to make Superman be the villain, what did he specifically do? He made a catalyst, right? So during the time of like the Justice League film, matter of fact, no, I ain't even gonna go to the Justice League film. The brand new Superman movie that came out, you had Lex Luthor devising a plan to make Superman the villain, while he, the human, is a good guy. That's specifically what he did. And at one moment in time, you literally had people in Metropolis hating Superman. They were throwing cans, they were booing this dude, telling him to get out of here. Like, why are you doing this? Like, all this other type of stuff. And then Lex was the one appearing to be the good guy because he's stopping this rampaging maniac from doing this, that, and the third, and all. He had the whole thing narrated, he had it all orchestrated, and he knew it. And he told Superman, this was the plan. I got you. They believe me. They hate you and they love me. Right? So again, just going by something that is not even real, Superman and Lex Luthor. Stuff like that happens in real life. Things like that happen directly in real life in order to have other things transpire. Right? What else we got directly up here? Somebody said the Alps. Nocturnal said I'm Caucasian, so my mirror knows very well 182 meters. That's a solid shot. Guess it is a pro. V says, so who did the inside job? Republican government from a city all the way to federal Republican government who loves Charlie Kirk. Those are questions that people have to sit up there and figure out. Because out of all the time that I've been able to witness and watch a lot of this stuff online, I can't even hint or give you realistically, other than what D Money noted about Nick Fluences, I can't give you anybody where it's like, yo, these two people like really disliked one another, I can't really give you that. Right, other than people having disagreements, online, which they normally do, on podcasts and all that other type of stuff. This is to a whole nother extent. But like I said, there has to be catalysts in order to enact certain things. Wait, did they just have an update? Um, just now they said asked about the rumors of engravings on ammunition and rifles apprehended in investigation in the Kirk's fatal shooting. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives tells The Guardian the ATF cannot comment on this since it is still an active investigation. They also said that in a previous post that all the classes for the college campus for the rest of the week, I think, have been canceled because of what took place. So, like I said, there's a lot of stuff directly going on. A lot of things to figure out. Let's see what else we got. Sham said, what is it? Patricia said there's a lot of negative comments from individuals. Sham said the fact that it happened in a red state with all the red government and red support, the blame immediately goes to the opposing party, screams inside job. V said, no, this is God showing you morons how stupid not having gun control is. This is the inside job. You morons, you don't believe in God if you don't think God is the one orchestrating the inside job. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. I'm like, you do understand that whatever laws that they make for gun control is going to do more to restrict the rights of those who are legally able to have guns. It's not restricting or enabling criminals to not have guns, to not have drum magazines and all this other stuff. I'm like, am I the only one that sees this? Am I the only one that I could have sworn I did a video on this probably about 2 years ago where you had people out there that are legally able to carry. They got their license and everything, and they're stating how these restrictions are, cause some issues, complications, and problems, and all this other type of stuff. I could have sworn, wasn't there at one moment in time where we had the height of school shootings where they were trying to limit the amount of ammunition that people were able to buy? I could have sworn they did that during that time. But like I said, they can limit that amount of ammunition, but that's not going to affect the criminals. That's going to affect those who are legally able to have firearms. As like I keep trying to maybe I'm just crazy though. Like maybe I'm just You said don't bring something that is not real and compare it to a real life situation. I gave an example of something from a story, but in stories you have a certain amount of truth there where you will have people. This is the main point that I'm trying to say. Those in power will play the people against themselves. Is that clear enough for you? Do you not understand it? Because, like I said, you didn't care for my example because I used Superman and Lex Luthor. Maybe that offended you. Maybe you don't like comic books. I don't know. But again, now if you wanna try to argue me and try to tell me that no, there are no powers that be that are trying to do this and that, and you are on your own. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you. You are specifically on your own, directly on their own nose. But like I said, I can't make it any clearer than that. David said, I don't agree with his opinions, but it's just a debate that was so sad about America opposed to freedom speech and our Constitution. Yo, we got Brandy V World in the party. What is up? Not in the party. We got Brandy V World directly in the chat. What is up? What is up? What's up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Nocturnal said, well, real football or placebo rugby fields. I'm not even sure what's the name talking about. Brandy V World said, here comes a new challenger. One said calling out bad female behavior equals sexist, calling out bad black behavior equals racist. I'm not even sure what's even taking place specifically with the comment or specific. This is my thing. If you're trying to make a point, I need you to be very specific. That's not specific enough for me. Because the live stream is going for about almost like close to like 3 hours. We've talked about, mentioned, quite a bit of things, brought up some different topics, different forms of information. I would, like I said before, I try to be as cordial as possible to actually respond to comments. The only thing I ask in return is for people to be actually specific on the things that they're talking about so that there can actually be a conversation. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Mellon said, of course, generic man and hat and glasses, always America. FBA said, is that the guy that took Charlie's life? Don't know at this moment in time. They said it was a person of interest. They haven't released if this is the person or if this is not the person. Sham said, yeah, you think people would pause and think about this for a second before going hot headed and blaming Democrats. Gil said HBCUs in Virginia have classes canceled because of threats. That is crazy. What? Let me see this on. Let me see. Woo, that's crazy. So, three HBCUs, Alabama State University, Hampton University, and Virginia State University have received campus threats. ASU and VSU are on lockdown, and Hampton has canceled classes for today and Friday. That is wild. That is wild. I'm just trying to figure out how does that happen. Somebody make that make sense for me, right? Let me just put this image uh directly up there. For everything that I know, I don't know of any black colleges or anybody black having to do with anything of this situation. So I'm just trying to figure out how did we move from what took place with Charlie Kirk to now these colleges here are receiving threats. I like that. That just don't even what just even where are we even at? Right? Like what is happening? So I'm gonna read the story dealing with Hampton University real quick. Right, news story said credible threats made against Hampton University, prompting evacuation. They said a potential threat has been made against Hampton University. University officials shared on Thursday. School officials did not elaborate on the nature of the potential threat. However, all non-essential activities, including classes and campus activities, are canceled for Thursday and Friday. Evacuation for students, faculty, and non essential personnel are now underway, and the university is advising students to minimize their movements across the campus. HU students Ahara Woodruff stated to the news that she believes that the threats have something to do with what happened with Charlie Kirk. Quote, I definitely do think that we stick out more as targets, referring to historically black colleges and universities or HBCUs like Hampton and Virginia State University. Quote, it definitely does feel like we have a target on our backs right now. A potential threat was also made against Virginia State University, another on Thursday, prompting similar courses of action. HU sophomore Donovan Washington was also there and has stated that staff members announced that they needed to evacuate. So this is the full statement directly from Hampton University. Hold on, let me just see if I can get this directly up there. Because again, this is a little bit crazy to me. And again, like I said before, people wonder why it is that black Americans always refer to and or talk about race. This is why. Because nobody knows anything about who did what when it details about Charlie Kirk. We don't have nobody in custody. The two, at least one of the main people that we saw was an older white male. The other person, we don't know who the other person is. And now we got pictures of a third person, right? So, looking directly at this, they said Hampton University has received notice of a potential threat and has ceased all non essential activities effective immediately. The safety and the well being of our students, faculty, staff, and visitors remain our highest priorities. All campus activities and classes are canceled on Thursday, September 11th, and Friday, September 12th, to include all athletic events and activities. The campus community is encouraged to conduct any meetings remotely. All students who are on campus are encouraged to minimize their movements across the campus except for essential activities. Students residing off campus should not come to campus at this time. All non-essential personnel, including faculty and staff, should evacuate campus immediately. Enhanced security measures are now in effect across the campus. It is imperative that all members of the Hampton University community remain vigilant. If you see something, say something. Anybody with any information and or concerns should immediately contact Hampton University Police at 757-727-5300. That is 757-727-5300. And that is it. That is pretty much it at this all the information that we got at this moment in time. Much love, respect, appreciation for Gail bringing that directly up for the live stream. Like I said before, that's crazy. Like this is 100% crazy on how this is even taking place. Like like I said before, and the craziest part before Gail even mentioned this, I spoke about this in the very first hour of the video on how you got a lot of people that are emotional. You got a lot of white folks out there that are emotional. They're sitting up there crying, they're sitting up there grieving, they're angry, they're fearful, this, that, and the third, and nobody knows where to focus any of that energy because there's an unknown enemy directly out there. Nobody knows who did this to Charlie Kirk, right? So now you got people that's like, all right, well, I don't know. Well, I'm just going to find somewhere to place this anger. I'm going to sit up there and say this and do this and all this other. Like I said, you're going to have a lot of stuff unraveling. You're dealing with like, and for all intents and purposes, what's the best way to sit up there and put it? You are on a timer at this moment in time. Everything is on a timer at this moment in time. Like I said, it's crazy. But like I said, people don't believe the things that are basically stated. That when you have people that are chaotic, that are emotional, and they're looking for somebody to blame during whatever grieving process or emotions that they're going through, and they don't have nothing to focus on, they're going to find something to focus on, or somebody's going to specifically give them something to focus on, even if it's not the right thing. So now we're dealing with black colleges having to deal with threats because of something that happened at a white college. That don't even make any type of sense. Like I said, you're watching this as it happens. This ain't me making nothing up. I'm reading directly from what is taking place. Anybody can type in to see what colleges that are currently either on lockdown or being evacuated at this moment in time. And you can look at the demographics of that college as well. So again, if at any moment in time that people always want to ask, like, yo, black people, why do y'all have to make everything about race? This is why. This is exactly why. Like, this is crazy. Wait, somebody said, wait, who? Oh, that's who you're responding to. That's what Adrian was responding to. I mean, somebody said enough about Charlie Kirk. Look here, this has a better, not a better. This has this has far-reaching implications. So for me as a content creator, this is why I'm talking about it. I can't speak for everybody else directly out there, but this is why I'm talking about it, because I can see a lot of things and where this can and will potentially go, and how certain things being placed in a certain order, well, in any order, depending, and how that will basically lead people to a certain endpoint or a certain start. So like I said, you just need catalysts. You need certain catalysts to just fit directly in a specific place in order for everything to go off. So that's why for the second live stream or whatnot, or video, whatever it is that you want to call it. This is why I'm still talking about the whole thing dealing with Charlie Kirk, because it's more than, in a sense, just that. This is going to, have unforeseen ramifications. This is going to have unforeseen effects of which a lot of people don't want to acknowledge and or talk about, because a lot of people are so fixated and focused on that. Oh, my side is better than your side. No, my side is better than your side. No, my side is more truthful than your side. Well, no, my side, like I said before, is crazy. It's almost like dealing with like a whole religious battle where people like, my religion is better than yours. I thought the whole point is just to have your belief and that's it. And to just live in like the solace of that belief. I guess not. Everybody wants to be proven right, and everybody feels that if you don't believe in their God, then you are believing in the wrong God. All right, no, whatever. All right, it's whatever. Like I said, I keep telling people, I don't know, man. Like I said, I can see the things as it happens. And I know that people are not going to focus and fixate on it up until it hits the front door. Yeah, Brandon Brewer was like, "What do HBCU got to do with it?" That's the same thing I said. Like I said, crazy work. Let me see what we got. Sham said, "The Lord has told me to help some of you be quiet and listen. That is the work I do, putting y'all in the abyss or the shadow realms." Oh man, Sham is hilarious. Yo, Leonard, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What we got? What is going on? What is going on? We got somebody in here said that blacks are always the victims. I mean, for the whole main thing that I was talking about, I was actually, talking about technically talking to white people. But okay. The story is about Charlie Kirk, right? The last live stream, the previous video I did about Charlie Kirk. Okay. Oh Lord. Yeah, and it starts. Crazy work. Let me see. Somebody said the plot thickens. I guess that's what you're trying to say. Leonard said that these are probably bots. Crazy work. I mean, probably, possibly. But I was dealing with this before we technically had the whole notion of bots in AI. So, it's hard to tell. Lines are blurred. You don't know who's real anymore. You got too many NPCs. Robin B said, "You know why HBCUs? Because the racist white folks are mad that one of theirs had their life taken, even though multiple kids and Democrat politicians have also had their lives taken this year, and they don't blink twice." Yo, Sunkiss, what is up? What is up? What is up? Shoop said, "Not an inside job. People are so divided. The us versus them mentality has taken over. Politics is no longer facts. It's become feelings. People are conditioned to come to an instant conclusion." And said there's been several threats to call technologies for mass shootings. I'm not sure what you meant on that one. I'm a little bit lost. You say you mean there's black colleges specifically and only for black people. Weird. See, you were doing so well. You're doing so well. So you were doing so well. The funniest thing is that I love when people make these comments is that I know that people don't actually do research. If you actually look at the HBCUs, nobody there said that they were specifically just for black people. Predominantly black people go there though, but there are white boys and white girls that go directly to HBCUs. But I know that a lot of people like you will never do the actual due diligence and the work to find that out. Matter of fact, I've actually covered that on my platform, and it was dealing with the enrollment. and how people were talking about the enrollment is, looking a little bit low, and that now you have many other people coming to HBCUs, such as Latins, such as Indian students, Asians, white. So yeah, I really wish I would, like I said, I would have to live in like the multiverse in order for people to have common sense and to think logically without trying to tread directly towards racism or something or other. Crazy work though. But it'd be like that. Could have literally Mo was like, you can't tell me from the Bermuda Triangle. That's diabolical. Ah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Man, oh man. Um, you said why is it why in the hell does black people have to do with that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to sit up there and tell you. Somebody said America must return to being a Christian nation. Ah, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Green said this world is crazy. Trying to teach people you can lose your life. Is it considered a school shooting? Because I'm sure he was teaching people not to and to die in school, saying that this is just. I think I get what you're trying to convey. Um, because it was on campus, I would say that it would classify as that. It was at a college, it was on campus, so yeah, it would get classified as that. Yo, D, what is up? What is up? You said the news just said that the FBI found the rifle and uh quote unquote LGBT marks directly on it. Like I said, for me, I need pictures. Like the same way, let me showcase this. So the same way that the FBI gave these pictures directly out here, I need some actual type of pro. I need something that's actually solid so that it's not quote unquote, misinformation. Because I know what you're talking about. I got a post directly on it. It's almost like deja vu. It's just like the same thing yesterday. I got information where it details about the weapon, the type of weapon, the bullets, and all of those type of things there. But again, I'm waiting for quote unquote the FBI, local law enforcement, or whatnot, or whatever, to come out with a picture and showcase that directly to the public. But I'm pretty sure that's going to take time because they're probably trying to go over every single inch of that weapon for fingerprints. They're trying to probably dust and go over every single part of that gun. They might even take it apart just to try to find any hint of a fingerprint that'll help them identify and match up with anybody that they feel did it. D said yeah. Michael said, unfortunately, this seems to be a what? Is that supposed to be like theater like situation? Meaning that there seems to be a director or directors causing events in order for the events to take place. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Um Interactive Improv said, are you implying that if he talked about something different that moment wouldn't have happened? The interesting thing is improv. I think I went over an article. Take it with a grain of salt. Again, I see a lot of articles directly up there, so things can maybe get jumbled around. But I think I remember seeing an article of them talking about um some higher up or whatnot or whatever, some type of discussion about Charlie Kirk being allowed to speak and not allowed to speak. Right, somewhere basically wrapped around that. So, like I said, a lot of things transpire and take place of which either we know and that or that we don't know. Let me see. What else we got? Green said Jesus was crucified for his opinions. So the sum of 2K years later still happening in front of the public. Improv said, so the shooter is setting up on the building, and when he mentions gang violence, what? Or were you replying to the other guy directly up there? I'm just trying to figure out who you're replying to. I really wish people would put the @ directly up there. That'd make it a little bit easier. Nocturnal said I have some personal issues with Charlie Kirk because he was trying to understand scam my friend's country, but I would like him to be alive so I could debate him on stage. No doubt he was very smart. Leonard said, oh, you talking replying back to Gail? I was in and out of my like sideways live streams for some reason. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. You was probably having it on the side. Green said, "White on white crime. Call it what it is." Leonard says, "Sup, Seji, my brother from another mother. We doing all right? Doing all right. Just we had a early live stream today. I think I started around like 8, right? Wait, was it? Or did I start? I forgot when I started." Because I'm probably going by when I woke up today, but we started, actually early in the morning on a live stream, something we've rarely been able to do directly on this platform. So we're doing all right at this moment in time. Android said, so the killer was friends with the person that got to speak. How could the timing be so good? Like I said, I don't know. I don't know what timing they specifically had or how it specifically took place. We just know that at a certain moment in time that they were talking about gun violence. That was when everything took place, which is a crazy coincidence. Gail said, I know a white girl going to an HBCU right now because it's cheaper for her area to study. I believe it. Mo said the FBI confirmed messages on the rifle and ammo, but they won't say what. Yeah, that's what I got from the previous article. I think I might have read earlier or skimmed directly through, because I've been just keeping track of some of the posts directly by way of the Guardian and looking at it that way. So I see the previous tweet where somebody was talking about where the FBI is now offering up to a staggering $100,000 for information leading to an arrest of the individual or individuals responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. So yeah. Yep, this is going to be something. Like you already got somebody directly up there talking about in another post, somebody named Colby Herrera, 22, and the Utah Valley University student attended a rally when Charlie Kirk was shot, wearing a Make America Great Again hat and a Texas belt buckle. Herrera stated that he had followed Kirk online for decades. Quote, I've looked up to him since I was 12 and 13 and got into politics. So like I said before, I tried to tell people before that you're going to have a lot of these folks out here who are young males directly out here, right, who are non-black. They're going to look at this instance. They're going to feel emboldened. They're going to feel like now they have a reason to really fight, because if they happen to speak, now they're going to feel like it's a life or death situation. And they're always going to be out there on the attack, and they're going to come at this a certain type of way. And more than likely, you'll start to see more of them over the years online pushing the boundaries on the type of speech that they will use in order to get certain reactions from people to feed directly into it. And this is why I've tried to tell people over the years, I'm like, dog, you got to really try to curb your emotions when you listen to people speak. The moment in time that you allow people to get in it directly into your emotions, to encapture, to ensnare that, it's over. They're now like a puppeteer. They can sit up there and direct you any which way. You are sitting up there doing a Thriller dance at this moment in time because they got you emotionally. There's no more logic in a conversation. You are now just an emotional being, and you're just going to be doing the same whatever. And they've automatically won if you've proven their point. So that's why I try to tell a lot of people that when you go into like a lot of these rooms, into a lot of these places, you have to remove emotion. You have to, because certain terms, certain words are going to be used in order to directly trigger, because they know who's there, they know who's listening, because they want a certain type of response to prove their point. They're not going to be direct about what it is that they're saying, but they're going to be as indirect as possible. They're going to make the most vast generalizations. They're going to use the most craziest statements in order to catch and to get a reaction, because they know how people are going to react. They know what people are going to say. Because like I said, I viewed and watched it online for years. And I'm just sitting back just looking at people. I'm like, y'all getting played. Y'all are getting played. You are giving them the words, you're giving them the reactions, you're doing everything that they wanted you to do, and you're just doing it willingly. You know. What else we got? Nocturnal said, guess so far the person on the pic is a person of interest. Guess there will be many. Yeah. Yep. That is bars. Wait, what did he want to say? He said, crazy, I had to do the Lord's work on my own channel. He tried it. wait. So somebody went to your channel and tried to what, like say something, post something? Oh, that's crazy. That is diabolical. What is it? Concrete said they have a forearm print on the rifle. How is that possible if this is the shooter with long sleeves? I mean, maybe the sleeve was raised up during the event. Like I said, I don't know. I do not know what to tell you. I don't even know what you can even do with a forearm print. Let me see what else we got. I'm slowly looking through the comments, my bad. Nocturnal said yes, CK went to Greenland, GL with Donald Trump Jr., and they tried to buy him off and paint a bad picture of him in the country. And yes, they said negative influences in Greenland, but what about the United States? Somebody said it was not the military. No military personnel would leave their rifle. Richard Crosby said it's okay to have emotions, just don't act on it. It's not even just the part of like acting directly on it. The moment in time where you want, let's say if you want to debate somebody, and in that debate they say something specifically and directly to trigger you, right? There could be, a little ounce of facts directly there, but overall they brought it up in order to trigger you multiple times to throw you off of what it is that you're supposed to be saying and doing. Like I said, I've watched a lot of debates and I've seen how people will start to state certain things, and then I'll look at the body response, the physical response from other people that are supposed to be debating that person. They're already starting to look disheveled. Eyebrows are sitting up there moving. They're already sucking their teeth. They're showing certain things to basically state that the words that the person stated or the statement that they made is getting directly to them. Like I said, that's in a sense a bad sign, because instead of that person staying focused, laser focused on dissecting the points or whatever the whole narrative is, now they're going to be all over the place. And that's exactly what they want them to be. They don't want them to be focused. Right? It's great that you can talk. It's great that you can get your words directly off. But the moment in time that they can get you all over the place, focused on a multitude of topics, it's over. Because that same person that said those words to trigger you, they're still going to be on the same topic, talking straightforward, staying there, not faltering. While everybody else that's trying to respond is all over the place, going around the globe, through the center of the earth, and around the Great Wall in order to say whatnot or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I say that when it deals with these things, in a lot of instances, you have to leave your emotions directly to the side. Because if you don't, even if you have a little ounce of emotion directly there, that will be used, that will be and can be used against you in a debate. Interactive said 200 yards with a bolt action rifle really isn't that hard. He was just sitting there. Salim said, "Man, this looks like Trump Jr., JD Vance, Nick Fuentes. Maybe they should investigate them." Britt said, "Bro, they just used 5i just to make up evidence. The same thing with Mangione." Okay, I see what you're saying. Interactive said, "From now on, these provocative speakers are going to want to pace the stage." No, what they probably, when it deals with these things, what they'll probably do now is that they'll have like some type of bulletproof shielding directly up, or it'll be enclosed instead of being out in the open. I want to say that that's probably going to be the first option, that people opt to have areas where they are enclosed, where security is all over the place and people are checked and patted down and things of that nature. It'll more so go back to that, or go back to like a podcast type of setting, you know, or a town hall meeting style type of deal. Um, he said maybe not hard, but how many people could actually pull it off? Sham said, I'm pretty sure that people who say 200 yards ain't that hard, never had to take a shot like that, and it's talking. Take said, well, I'll take your word for it. I don't have any guns, but it seems like long range to football fields. Terry said, well, I'm not even sure who you're referring to at Terry. And can't be referring to me, because I'm like, that'd be the craziest thing to sit up there and say, realistically. D9 said next election, politicians will be holograms in a green room. Yep. Take said 4Ds, distraction, deflect, deny, and destroy. Young said, I heard. That's crazy. I'm not. Wait, what? Bro, get that up out of here, son. We're not even doing that. Like I said, I really dislike when people try to pull up to the scene and they try to broadcast, their own like channels or whatnot, and you ain't even running past me, didn't even have a conversation with me. We're not doing that. And especially you sitting up there talking about my white brother. Like I said, that's not, no. You got you got X directly for that. You got IG, you got TikToks, you got other places directly online. Ain't about to be sitting up there pulling that nonsense up in here. No. We're not even doing that. We're not. My white brothers come join. Nope, we're not doing that. Miss me with that. Like I said before, so to any white folks here that always talk about black Americans, the blacks, why are you guys always focused on race? Again, we just had a comment up here talking about my white brothers come join me at our web. Come on, what? I thought we was all American, guys. I thought we were all equal. I thought we were all human beings. I thought that's what it was. Obviously not. Because somebody was just earlier talking about like, oh, it sounds very segregationalist. You're talking about HBCU, so I guess the school is only for blacks. It sounds very segregationalist where somebody comes to a black YouTube channel and talking about my white brothers come join me. What? You gotta be, how people don't be seeing this stuff, but yet they have comments towards me. That's some diabolical work, man. That is some diabolical work. That is crazy. Yeah, D Money. That's what I was saying too. That's what I was trying to ask the question. I'm like, Terry L. Williams, whose grave you talking about dancing on? Who you referring to? who you referring to? Because I promise you, he ain't talking about me. I will outlive you. Let me tell you that. There ain't no threat. That is a promise. I will do everything possible to sit up there and be here for 100 years. Let me tell you. And I will make sure to sit up there and visit you. Like, I don't know what you talking about. Like, that is crazy, son. That's some crazy work out here. like I said, this is why I be sitting up there telling y'all. Like I said, I love doing live streams because I love when people happen to say stuff, and it's like when questions are specifically asked. Well, I'm not sure if any of my moderators might have just packed that person up on a one-way ticket to the shadow realm, but I'm not sure. But like I said before, that's some crazy work out here. Like I said, if people want to be direct, if people want to say something, like it'd be nice if you actually are direct. You can put at Seji and then write your statement. Don't just generally just say something. Spec- D money, D money put the other one in the shadow realm. That's crazy. And Gail was like, the suspect is built like Michael Jackson. That's wild. That is wild. That is wild. That is wild. But yeah, like I said before, that's a crazy statement to sit up there and make towards a content creator, though. That is a very crazy. But like I said, I've heard worse though. Like I've gotten instances on do I have those comments saved possibly? That would take me a long time to go through. But I've had different videos where I've had comments where people have sent like some death threats, some insinuations and things of that nature towards me. So, like I said, hey, it's not the first time. it's not the first time, probably won't, be the last for some insinuations and things of that nature. It'd be like that. It'd be like that though. It'd be like that. What was it? Rob said he's either a low grade military guy or a soy boy Antifa. Like, is that supposed to be like Wafu or something like that? But yeah, like I said, it's crazy work out here. It is diabolical in nature, guys. Charles said, "Yeah, that guy is cooked. He is 100% cooked." They said South Park pulled a rerun of an episode parodying Charlie Kirk following the conservative personalities killing on Wednesday, hours after Kirk was fatally shot during a campus event at Utah University. Comedy Central apparently pulled a rerun of its season 27 episode, Got a Nut, in which the character Eric Cartman adopts the mannerisms of Kirk, according to Arizona Republic and The Hollywood Reporter. Per the Republic, it was swapped with another episode from its most recent season. In the episode, Cartman finds himself at odds with a classmate, Clyde Donovan, for stealing his shtick before he takes his right-wing podcast and master debates who don't agree with his views. He eventually adopts Kirk's real-life hairstyle, argues with women at live debates, and falls short of winning Charlie Kirk's award of Young Master Debaters and a free vacation. Huh. I mean, I'm not sure why. I'm not sure. Wait, let me see. August 7th. All success and all wins. Conservatives, we all thick skin, not thin skin. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly why they pulled it. If it did not have something like specifically negative in there that's reflective of anything real world. I'm not sure why they specifically pulled it because at least reading from the little synopsis that they had, it was nothing really going on. Nothing really going on there. Far right commentators echo Trump in calling for vengeance. Oh, let me see if I can clip on that there. So this is what we got so far, right? So let me just look at this real quick. We're just gonna look directly at this real quick because I want to know, I want everybody to realize the scope and specifically what it is that I am referring to and talking about as I am going directly over it. Right, so this is what we got, and directly from the Guardian. Now I gotta go back. There we go. So they said within it said within hours of Charlie Kirk losing his life at the college event in Utah, he had been turned into a far right Marty. in the United States rage culture war. Many prominent right wing voices and influencers quickly characterized his murder in no uncertain terms as an act of war from the left and have vowed to respond in kind. Quote, "We have to be steely resolved," said one conservative political strategist, right? Also, continue by saying that Charlie Kirk is a casualty of war. We are at war in this country. We are. Even as a suspect, and any information about the motivations or the political leanings remain at large, and unknown incendiary rhetoric from major political commentators spread rapidly online, blaming leftist violence for Kirk's death. Many called for swift retribution in the form of an aggressive crackdown against their political enemies. Quote, "If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die." And that was stated and wrote by Elon Musk. Something else that was stated is that they are at war with us, whether we want to accept it or not. And what are we going to do about it? And that was stated by Fox News host Jesse Waiters on Wednesday. Another one, everybody's accountable. The politicians, the media, and all of these rats out there. This can never happen again. It is now. This is a turning point, and we know which direction we're going. "We are up against demonic forces from the pits of hell," wrote one commentator, Matt Walsh. Right? This is existential, a fight for our own existence and the existence of our country. Well, all three former living presidents released statements addressing Kirk's death, condemning political violence while calling for calm, introspection, and civility. Donald Trump put out a video statement on Wednesday night stating that the rhetoric from the radical left was directly responsible for the terrorism we are now seeing in our country today. Oh boy, it is going to get going. Like I said, all of these conservative Republicans directly out there, in a sense, calling for violence, calling for revenge, vengeance. Same thing I told y'all. Same thing I tried to warn people directly about. Tried to tell people, hey, be very careful with your words. Your words can do a lot of things. Words are actually power. But you got people in power that are using their words and, in a sense, not caring, or they're showing how much they care by using those words and pushing them a certain type of way. Yep, we're going to see what's going to happen. We're going to see what's going to happen. Let me I'm just going to sit up there and say this right now, and I'm going to go back to what Gail had posted, and I made sure to post that in one of my previous videos. At no point in time that here on this platform do SEIJI or any forms of moderation do we condone any of the nonsense that people decide to state and advocate for directly in the comment section. Not at all. Because I'm looking at some of the comments that just popped directly up. I'm like, dog, you are on your own. You can speak that way. You are specifically on your own. You can have the FBI, CIA, Interpol, whoever it is, knocking, the Secret Service knocking at your door. They're not going to be coming to mine. Because like I said, that is specifically on you. Matter of fact, let me just make sure to screenshot this, because I will be damned if at any moment in time that people try to sit up there and say that was me. We're not doing that. I'm going to make sure to sit up there, and I'm vocally sitting up here saying that I'm screenshotting that comment. So, buddy, no. Let a moment of time. I get caught up in some nonsense because people want to just sit up there and like write nonsense. Yeah, buddy, nah. Nope. Not sir. No. Soldier said, I've seen a joke on Twitter. Yeah, I'm not going over that. What else we got? 742 said you don't think that they haven't caught this man already and they're not putting it out because of his political affiliations. I mean, like I said, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Sham said they couldn't get the race war that they wanted with black people. So, like I said, with every single theory that I looked again, Catalyst. Or Thunder said, dude might be in a black site already. Who knows? True. That is very, very true. Also, I'm gonna put this, and I'm just gonna put this out there just in general. Just in general. What we got? We only got like a little bit of people, sitting here listening at this moment in time. The other thing that a lot of y'all don't realize, well, some people do realize, but I'm just going to talk in general like I normally do. The thing that a lot of y'all don't realize is that in a lot of the instances when you have people saying stuff, you got the government and other people out there that will put things out there online to get to basically formulate a net in order to ensnare people who normally wouldn't say stuff otherwise, right? So whenever there's things out there dealing with the government, political officials, and all this other type of stuff, and they want people to say the most craziest stuff, this is how they gather a list. They will create accounts, or they will have accounts established sleeping in the background for about 5 or so years. And then they'll just have those accounts just start posting some of the craziest stuff, some of the most craziest memes. And then the moment in time that y'all start, hey, I'm going to like this comment. Hey, I'm going to bookmark this comment. Hey, I'm going to reply to this comment. You are now on that list. They are now looking directly at you. And it don't matter if you are a Democrat or Republican. They looking at all of y'all real quick. And it's like a lot of y'all don't even realize it. Like I said, when I mean to sit up there and tell y'all that a lot of y'all are sitting up there getting played out here, I mean just that. You got folks out here, you got governments out here orchestrating a lot of things so that they can prove certain types of points. And it's like people don't see it. People don't even see it. Like I watch this stuff all the time. Like nobody can explain to me, like, out of all of this time, why is it that when you look at X right now, you have all of these bot accounts? And magically everybody saying the most craziest stuff, they automatically have a blue check. They're automatically receiving money for this. They're automatically always within the algorithm somewhere. You can always catch them under a lot of these posts, saying little to nothing or throwing up the same memes or almost saying the same things, just rewritten 99 different times. Like I said, like, dude, they are doing, governments out here are working y'all, and y'all don't even understand it because they got everybody but like, oh no, it's the Democrats versus the Republicans. It's not anybody else. Don't pay attention to the rich. Don't pay attention to the elites up there. No. That's not even real. It's conspiracy. Those people don't exist. They don't exist. It's the Democrats and it's the Republicans. It's the liberals and it's the conservatives. It's this and it's that. So for me, when I sit up there and say that you have a variety of forces out here orchestrating certain things, I mean as a collective. I'm talking about you got the government in one hand, you got the police on another hand, you got the judges on another hand, you got the media on another hand, and then you got a lot of these quote unquote political figures directly out here on the other end. All of them working in combination in tandem. And all of them make money. It don't matter which side wins or loses. They are all hedging their bets. They all got money on both sides. The only people that lose are the people that are not above it, which is everybody here. But like I said, it's like explaining stuff, you just start feeling crazy. I'm like, yo, maybe I'm just paranoid right now. Maybe it's just at that point. It's like, yeah, I've been doing stuff. I've been just, doing this whole thing for too long. Like maybe I'm just paranoid. Maybe just seeing stuff. Maybe it is just you, right? But hey, Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. That is diabolical. But yeah, man. So yeah, like I said, for everybody out there, be very careful, be very cautious. Because I want y'all to understand that when the government is like, yo, we don't want nobody speaking out against the government or saying anything negative, time is up. Time is over. All of that freedom of speech is going to get thrown directly out the window. And this situation is, in a sense, leading directly towards what I just told you. That soon enough, we're going to be at a point where you're not going to be able to critique the government openly. You're not going to be able to say anything. Everything is going to be just one sided, and that's it. If you even think that you're about to give a critique, oh, it's over for you. You're probably going to get prosecuted. You're probably going to get thrown directly in jail. You are going to be ostracized. It's going to be right up there and add into the effect of like a social program where you have a rating that basically states that if you're in the positive or if you're not in the positive. Like I said, stuff is going to start getting pretty crazy. Like I said, if people don't know what I'm talking about, look at China and look at the program that they got up there where it dealt with it, where, and in a sense deals with if you're, in a good area or in a bad area and how that can affect certain things. Matter of fact, Black Mirror actually gave people a story, an episode about that. If anybody knows about Black Mirror, go watch that first season. A lot of good stuff directly up there. A lot of shows start off that way and they give you a lot of stuff and they give you some information ahead of time, but people don't really pay attention because they think that everything is just entertainment. But it's really the people giving you information because they have to, not because they want to, but because they have to even out the scales. And then on top of that, they put the information in front of people in entertainment form to laugh. And that's the thing that a lot of us don't understand. Anytime they're putting like a lot of this quote unquote truth directly in front of a lot of us, they're laughing while they're doing it. They're laughing every single time. But it'd be like that. Interactive said, I've never seen a happy person that thinks that the government always is trying to get them. They're always on the streets somewhere. Zeno, what is up? Said, tell me, no, we were just saying, I know to tell you. I'm just going to say, Nas, I guess you're from Russia. You said, what happened in the United States? Did they find the person who took his life? Nah. Not at all. They had 2 people in custody, and now there is another person of interest. They found the gun, they found ammunition, but other than that, nothing. But as somebody else stated, potentially they could already have the person in custody. They just opt not to bring it forward at this moment in time. Stuff like that happens. So yeah, that's pretty much where we are at this moment in time. Leonard said it was social credit scores. Yeah, social credit scores. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. Yes, indeed. And over there in China, they got 15-minute. Like I said, I kid you not. I try to mention a lot of things to get people aware, to put people directly on a lot of the stuff that's happening, like the 15-minute cities, the smart cities. So, I got a comment about the couch that I gave y'all the video on. And somebody was like, "Are you, keeping a couch or whatnot, whatever?" Yeah, I'm keeping a couch. You know how much money that couch basically costs? It's like I'm not about to go back to just basically having chairs. So it's just make sure not to have the phone directly on that couch. But like I said, I just put that out there as a cautionary thing. Because realistically, all of our phones have already been hacked anyway. Everybody's phone has a backdoor directly on it that the government can basically use, what law enforcement can use to get directly into your phone. Nobody's phone is 100% secure at all. Irregardless on whatever companies that tell you like, oh, WhatsApp, we got all of your stuff. Your data is 100% encrypted and this, that, and the third and whatnot or whatever. Whatever you got that is encrypted can be unencrypted. Like I said before, people must have forgot that you got quantum tech out here at this moment in time. You have quantum computing. Quantum computing is the scariest thing for a lot of people in tech at this moment in time because it now puts all of the stuff that we have in the Stone Ages. Like that computer can crack everybody's password in like a few seconds. With very little energy, a few seconds, bam, everybody's accounts, bank accounts, all the other type of stuff is basically open. So it's like I'm not even worried about the couch realistically. I'm not even worried about it. It's the other tech out there that I'm worried about that will leave everybody else out here vulnerable. That's why you got all of these nations out here, or at least at one point in time, you had all of these nations out here chasing quantum computing. And then at a moment in time, it seemingly that simmered down or stopped. So I'm like, everybody must have it. And people just being hush hush about it at this moment in time and figuring out, how they're going to implement it. You're hurting my feelings. He was like, irregardless is not a word. It's a word for me. This is how I speak, right? I say irregardless. I say instead of specific, I say Pacific because whenever I talk, it's that deep. And instead of ask, I say ax because I like to chop a lot of shit down. So just so that we're aware, this is how I talk. And now you understand the definitions. So now we're on the same page. There you go. That's how that works. It's that simple. It is that simple. It is literally that simple. It doesn't matter if irregardless ain't a word. It's a word for me, and it's a word that I continuously use and I will forever use. I'll be 98 years old. I will still say irregardless. Ain't nobody in these streets about to sit up there and correct me and force me to sit up there and say this or that. I don't even care. You knew what it was that I was saying, though. You were able to understand. You could comprehend it. It's English. Just saying. Sham said the military already has it. It's in labs and trying to find a way to release it to the population. RJ said I talk the same way. Yeah. Like, and that's the one thing that I find beautiful about language is that, people have their own ways, their own cadences and, different things of that nature. So, Mo was like, he's studying grammar in a computer triangle. I keep trying to tell people I have patience. I try to be as cordial. I'm doing my best to be a better person. Before I had moderators, I was just, a lot of stuff would just be like, let fly, or then I would just go on a block party. I'm just block. But like I said, I'm like, no problem. However it is that people want to show themselves, I'm going to allow you to show yourselves. But the thing that I would love that would be even more beautiful is that the actual names will be up there. Like I said before, at a moment in time, y'all remember it, right? Y'all can sit up there and bookmark it or whatever people do. At a moment in time, I sat up there and said that the thing I don't want to happen, in a sense, is the whole thing with the internet where everybody's name is going to be directly out there, right? Because that can come with a variety of consequences, right? And I'm talking about of the criminal kind, right? But now I'm at the point, I'm like, if people want to sit up there and be racist and just say anything in a live stream, your name should be attached directly to it. So like whenever I have like people want to be racist towards me and they want to use like slurs and stuff, your actual name should be attached to that comment. If you want to stand 10 toes down saying that, you should be able to stand 10 toes down with your picture or the picture of your family directly as your pick, along with your actual name. That's simple. People don't want that though. People do not want that, let me tell you. But I'm all for it now. Like I said, what was the whole thing? Bring in Skynet. Mo know what I'm talking about. Bring in Skynet. Bring it in. Have everybody jacked in. Make this like reboot. Ghost in a Gun Show. Because like I said, I'm at the point in time that I'm like, all right, obviously we just need to be at a point that consequences just have to like sit up there and just be there. And everything has to be obvious. Everybody has to lose out on something in order for people to actually pay attention and understand what it is that they lost. Right? Nobody understands what they lose up until it's gone. So the moment in time that the anonymity and all this other type of stuff is in a sense gone, that's when people are going to sit up there and care. It's like, oh man, it's like, yo, I got a family, I got a job. It's like, just because I said something doesn't mean that that's indicative of my family. It be like that, dog. The son has to pay for the sins of the father. It'd be like that. That at that moment in time, there was only so few rare times that I've seen people that were like racist to the point where now it affected their kids where they went to school. It affected their wives' job. It affected their parents. When it started going to that extent, you saw people boo-hooing and crying. You saw people online, oh man, y'all took it way too far. It was just this person that said it. This don't got nothing to do with it. Nah, everybody's a part of it. 6 degrees of separation. It'd be like that. Like I said, this is why I gave the example of the pizza party. If you got a few people that mess it up for the majority, everybody got to lose in order for, people to actually gain something, in order for corrective measures to be placed. But, oh man, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. Somehow I'm a moron. I don't even understand. Yo, that is crazy. That is great. I'm trying to figure out what part of the conversation did you run into where you think that I'm referring to Charlie Kirk. I'm just a little bit confused. I'm talking about smart cities, 15-minute cities, phones and everything like that being tapped in quantum. At what point in time did you come in here with your small brain and you're like, oh, this dude is disrespecting Charlie Kirk? Where in the blue hell did you even get that from? At what part of the conversation? Like, I'm just confused. Like, yo, that's some crazy work, dog. Like, the conversation ain't even on Charlie Kirk at this moment. D Money said he got him out of here. No problem. No problem. But yeah, like I said before, it's it's some crazy work directly out here. And this is why I told people before, it's like, yo, people got to be careful. People got to try to manage the emotions in these situations, because the few are going to mess it up for the many. I kid you not. And I promise you, the same way that it's always happened, the same way that I've watched it happen, is going to happen again. And then as soon as that happens, when a few mess it up for the many, everybody's going to sit up there and try to blame everybody else. Like I said, it's going to be chaotic, man. It is going to be chaotic. Script said that this could be the catalyst that leads to that type of future. Correct. 100%. But a lot of people don't see it. Like I said, try telling that to all of the angry people on TikTok right now. All of the people, like, they're mourning, they're crying, they're raging out, and all this other. Try to tell that to those people. They're not going to try to hear that. They don't want to hear that, because they're far past excuse me. They're far past logic. They're now in an emotional state, an overly emotional state. So any bit of logic that may have been able to, like, get directly through, yeah, that's not happening. It's not happening at all. Raul said all politicians are big thieves. That is correct. Lanil said, I'm only going to blame the Republicans. They're the ones who have been preaching hate and division and violence for the past 10 years. The funniest thing is, I would like to, see Apple, what is up? What is up? That is a name we have not seen in a very long time. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? The interesting thing directly about that, because I want people to know what I'm replying to, right? I want to be very, very specific when I say this. When I want to look at, in a sense, who is out here preaching violence, I've seen this directly from both sides. I've seen Democrats in a variety of ways beat around the bush, but still, in a sense, say it, or directly say it. And then you've had Republicans do the exact same thing. I'm looking at people on both sides. But like I said before, when you think about war, which side is to blame for us going directly into wars? Is it one side or the other? for me, I take option C, where I look at both sides, where they both come together, they sit down and they vote, and they allow wars, losses of life on both ends to take place and happen. So that, for me, that's why I don't specifically just go to a one-sided thing when it deals with violence. I look at both sides as the same. I look at both sides as the same. HG said Americans are very overly emotional about politics. I would actually say that happens more frequently around the world. Like right now, you got protests going on in different areas around the world. You got people burning up stuff, tearing up their own cities and towns because of the politicians. So, we're not as emotional in a sense as other folks directly out here. I've seen what other countries, the lengths that people will go when it deals with their politicians. I've seen that. I've watched those videos. I've seen those. I've been seeing that for decades. So it's not just a one-sided type of thing where it's like, oh yes, it's the Americans, overly emotional. Don't know how to this. Nah. Let's not do that. Let's not do that, because Europe be having a lot of protests, and in Europe they be tearing up a lot of stuff and burning up a lot of stuff. The only problem is a lot of people don't know about these other protests because they're not shown in the United States. The reason why a lot of protests are not shown in the United States is, number one, the United States is out. We don't got no money in it. We don't really care. It's whatever. But the one main dominant reason why protests are not shown is because the American government does not want the American people to get the idea to protest, to start doing the same things that other people around the world are doing when it deals with their governments and how they may be disenchanted with their governments. But yeah, let's not play those games. Let's not make it seem like other places around the world ain't doing some crazy stuff. Let's not do that. Mistake said, if the killer hasn't been found yet, how does anyone know the political persuasion of the perpetrator? Let me just put you up there real quick. I wish I could tell you, because the first ones that I knew that wanted to blame anybody, I saw Trump and I saw Elon. Both blame Democrats, and I'm like, we don't even have anybody right now. So how do we know who the person specifically is? Right? We don't know anything. So like I said before, it's crazy to go out on a limb and say that, but then on the same time, both of these people who are very prominent figures, both have platforms, both have celebrity, both have money, both have power, both can sit up there and speak and things happen. It's crazy to throw a such a broad generalization directly out there and not specifically say that it's a segment of liberals or Democrats. You want to say, oh, it's the left. That's a lot of people. So are you going to try to categorize all of those people as shooters, all of those people as terrorists? Are you going to say that all of those people need to be jailed? Are you going to say that all of those people need to be put in prison? Are you going to say that all those people need to be tried? Are you going to say that all of those people are to blame for the death of Charlie Kirk? So like I said before, like how far, in a sense, do they really want to take that? Because like I said, we're looking at a very dangerous thing here. And we're specifically just only dealing with words at this moment in time because of the events that took place. We're looking at the words, we're looking at the context, we're looking at the meanings. Like I said, this is going to be going to a whole nother part. Unforeseen consequences. Lanil said the Democrats are not preaching violence. Not one Democrat has gotten up and said that I hate Republicans the way that Trump has. You are being disingenuous. I guess you were responding to somebody else. I'm not sure if you were responding to me. I don't know. But like I said before, maybe you might have been actually responding to me because I had to think back to the previous comment I made probably within about 5 to 10 minutes. What I'm sitting up there saying is I've watched a lot of Democrats speak and I've understood the meanings and the words that they have said. It don't take a rocket scientist. In a lot of instances, you can read in between the lines. If somebody told you right now that America has a problem and it has to deal with crime, and you have people out here that seem to have a propensity for a certain type of crime, and these are the crimes that they commit, they're leading you to a point. They're not specifically telling you who it is. They're not directly giving you the information, but they're leading you to a point. And then they're going to lead you to a point where you're automatically going to come up with the answer that they want you to come up with. That's the same thing that in a lot of instances you have Democrats out here doing when they happen to speak on different topics. It happens all the time. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. Nobody has to come out and basically strictly say that I hate this, I hate that. They can say it in a variety of ways and not even use the word hate, not even be in the same area. But the wordings that they use will give off that. It will tell you that. It will direct you into the attention around the orbit of hate, but it still won't be there. So no, I'm not being disingenuous. It's the fact that people don't want to pay attention to how people use words, to how people specifically set up things and say things for you to already come with the notion that they want you to come up with. Linnell said, what was it? Linnell said nobody knows anything about the shooter yet, but everybody has been blaming Democrats, and one of these days it will be a Democrat. So far, it's only been Republicans. Raul said, I love the United States, but I hate all American politicians. Most said the person is from Europe. Certified said, I think his death is direct consequences of the platform, publicity. Made enough people despise him. I mean, like I said before, even if people despise him or didn't like him, you're going to the extent of violence. Like, dog, his life is ruined and your life is ruined. Nobody wins. Like that's the whole thing. It's like doing this did not justify it. Like, this is the best way I can sit up there and put it. He was one person directly up there. Now you got to worry about the hundreds of thousands of other people, other young dudes out here that are going to be radicalized from this situation that are going to come up here. You have only one Charlie Kirk to deal with. Now you got to deal with people that's going to come up that's going to be way worse. That's going to be saying way worse and more horrendous stuff. If you thought that you didn't like the stuff that Charlie Kirk was saying, if you thought you disagreed, you are not going to like the stuff that is going to come up in the future. And it's not going to be nothing that you're going to be able to do with it. It's not going to be nothing. You're not going to be able to stop it. You're not going to be able to sit up there. You're not going to have enough blocks in order to get rid of those voices. Like I said before, everybody loses, but it's all right. People going to learn the hard way. It be like that. People are going to learn the hard way. Like I said, nobody wins. Chad said, I haven't seen any left-leaning MSN encouraging violence. It's Fox and smaller news groups that are actively calling for war. DTE said Nepal just overthrew their government. Ooh, that's crazy. HG said no one takes politics as personal as Americans. You might want to look up history again. Because no, you got other people that take politics way further. Way further. Like I said before, I guess people happen to forget a lot of the things that happen in other countries for whatever reason. Things of that nature. So let me continue. Life on the Street said, LOL, so let me get this right. Do you want us to ride and fight against each other because they don't want us fighting on their crimes, on their corruption? Wait, I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused. Um, and I have not heard it. I listened to this on an occasion, and it's always Republicans, just like Nancy Mace came out yesterday, full born and blaming on the Democrats. Uh, well, Linnell, I don't actually have to calm down. Wait, did I actually say calm down in those words? I'm not sure. I can't even tell you at this moment in time. Been doing this for about a good 4 hours. Brain is in the gray matter area at this moment in time. Everything is fluid. Uh, like I said before, I've had to do this for a lot of years, right? I pretty much can safely say I more than likely take in a lot more video information and watch a little bit more stuff than the average person because content creation is the thing that I have to do, and I've reported on a lot of this a lot of times. And again, I've seen Democrats run their mouths stupid, just like I've seen Republicans run their mouths stupid. Um, Again, maybe we might be a little bit lost in translation, but what I'm telling you, what I'm saying is that I'm looking at it as an equal type of thing that both sides do it. I'm not sitting up there. Oh yeah, it's the I primarily see the Republicans doing it. They're the ones that sit up there and do it. The Democrats, they don't do anything wrong. I'm not for that now. I'm not doing that. I'm not for that nonsense. Like I said, so y'all can miss me realistically with that. Like I said before, I look at everything as even as possible. I'm not about to sit up there and say that one arm of the government is different from the other arm when they're a part of the same body. That type of foolishness, the math is not even mathing. The math is not even mathing. One arm is better than the other arm, but they're both a part of the same body. Huh? What are we talking about? That don't even make no sense. Life on the Street said, well, let me tell you this. I don't think anybody is going to rot for anyone who supports genocide. And do that, you can tell me about you. Oh, you said, and, and do you do that? And you can't tell me his value that 10 million doing YouTube. I don't even know what that last part even was. But I guess you were trying to. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I'm not even going to try to theorize on that one. D Money said the Lord's work in the name of Sham. Wait, where did Sham go? Did she go to sleep? Um. Wait. So what are you saying is a conservative platform? Who? What are you saying is a conservative platform? Rose said the United States changed regimes in Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and innocent persons are losing their lives. Mm. Slap on the street said, focus on your goals. You can always change up your approach, but never change the goal. Let noise be noise, rise above everything to see from the outside the box. Accept it as it is. As a collective, we mirror it. HGH said, see, only you Americans, or see, only an American host of a channel would make such a silly suggestion. That's obviously an American thing. Hey, all right, you got it. You got it. Everybody else out there is peaceful. Nobody does any heinous things when it deals with political officials or what. Like I said, you got it. You got it. Like I said, you've been to all other types of countries. I've just been solely here in the United States. You got it. You got it. You know more than me. I'm not even about to sit up and try to do a back and forth. I'm not even about to go back and look at any articles. You got it, man. You got it. Life on the Street said, what they're doing, Little League is just throwing everything that they can at the wall, hoping that something will stick to distract everybody from their crimes, and what is going on in the corruption. Gail said, I'm tired of being broke. I'm about to. This woman. Gibbs said the last. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, what were you trying to say was a conservative platform? Now I'm a little bit confused. I'm just trying to figure out. Gito Planet said when the Democrat lawmakers in Minnesota were killed by the conservatives with a hit list earlier that year, they didn't give as much attention or declaration on or war directly on it. Joshua Jones said, I think it has a central agency. Seattle. Mogil, how y'all been doing? Sham said, nah, he didn't need to. SEIJIHITO, he's going to the shuttle bus. Yo, let me tell you. Life on the Street said, how though when I'm going past that. He said, I've been good just dealing with these kids. Speaking of you two, slightly used kids. Oh, that's crazy. You trying to set up and give away the kids. Look at this. The money said, Seji, the mods have decided. Yeah, that's crazy. Nah. Nah. Can't do that. Can't do that. Life on the Street said, that's because they're evil and they will use anyone they can and includes children. Shem said, football is flying. Greta said the year 2012, a Cherokee old man stated that there will be a civil war in the year 2026. Well, it's right around the corner. We will see. We will see. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah. I am back. That was Officer Haku at the moment. That was Officer Haku that just called real quick. I guess he'll type it in the comment section, I guess, possibly. JS said, why do politics even matter anytime someone is silenced for having opposing views? Something isn't right. You said MLK, JFK, same concept. Malcolm X. G said he, instead of separating Americans, is banning us together. Sham said, no, they're bullying me. You missed it. Wait, Sham, you talking about me? Lucas said, did you hear about the school in Colorado? Yeah. I read about that. I want to say it should have been yesterday. I think that was mentioned like roughly during the same time that everything took place with Charlie Kirk. They mentioned that too. See, I did hear about that. Angela Sturgis said that the same thing he said about the Central Park 5, same words, different target. Black Wells said, let me guess, your voice cut out. They couldn't hear you, LOL, while people are so transparent and think they're so good that no one can tell. I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, well, to the Forest Gibbs, I'm not sure if he ever responded. Never got a response, but go on to the next comment directly up here. So let me get your voice cut out. Nope, I had to take a call. You said, LOL, wow, people are so transparent and think that they are so good that no one can tell. I don't even know what that means. Like I said, I'm not even sure. Let me see. Somebody said no sound. Yeah, no, that's cool. Sorry, man. Pat said found a few of them on Twitter, straight up saying that they're going to get their guns, and in response to probably political. Yeah, like I said, I would not. Yo, Pat Z, actually, Pat Z, I have not seen that name in a minute on this channel because I remember I had a couple of people here that would come through, and either the comment sections, live streams would craft in their name. It's been a minute if I'm thinking correctly on the name. Life on the Street said that is different. The difference is that they choose to stay in the fear vibrations while the rest of us rise above the cream and see it from the outside of the box. Devious said it's the Democrats promoting stuff and they're not calling for it. They're actually doing it. Violence is them calling for us how we actually got here. Someone else said garbage. Brandon Burwell said, I think black folks should sit this one out. This was clearly white on white crime. Seattle said, hey, Seji, what do you think? What do you think on the 3-1 Atlas? I'm not even sure what that is. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Seattle. I have no clue what that is. If you're talking about a game, I don't know what that is. ASMR said it's belief, not race. Yo, Mahoko, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Mahoko said that are they going to say that he had drugs in his system? That's crazy. No, they're not. Nobody's going to go to that extent. I can promise you that one. Shem said, I need a hug. My head hurts. Steven said, did the president actually call for a retribution and vengeance? What took place was that you had other people who are conservative Republicans that have podcasts and all this other type of stuff that are calling for it. But yeah, he didn't call for anything specifically, but he's blaming it directly on the left, aka Democrats. Yeah, I'm still not. I'm lost. Xavier Temple said it's 3. What is that? 3 eyes Atlas. I'm still not even sure what that is. I'm dead serious. Like my mind is like somewhere else at this moment in time. I've been talking for about like 4 hours. We said somebody said I found my new subscription. Hey, much appreciation. Much appreciation. Seattle said that no, it was an asteroid that came into the solar system. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now that one I know what you're talking about, the one that's speeding towards Earth. I think it's supposed to be close to us like in November or December, something like that. That one I know what you're talking about there, unless there's some more information that came out. Life on the streets, sitting up and rolling. Yo, I'm dead serious. Like I'm focused, like directly on, like I'm staying directly on track. With everything that is, going on with the situation, and making parallels and linking stuff together. So it's like, yeah. You said 3-Eye Atlas is the name. Okay, I got you. Steven says, so why does the article claim echoes Trump and calling for vengeance and retribution? That's the article that they wrote. That is, I played specifically what Trump stated. Matter of fact, because we got the article directly up there. Do I still got Trump? So we're going to go back just to clarify, because everybody was able to see the article up there from the Guardian. So let me just play this so that, again, for a second time, so that we can fully understand what was stated.
Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Right. So we heard that. So then it brings us right back to this article that you see directly in front of you, where it says far-right commentators echo Trump in calling for vengeance and retribution for Charlie Kirk's death. Right. And again, I showed y'all a few videos directly up there where you had some characters who decided that they wanted to say some things like this guy here.
Videos in regards to Charlie Kirk, and this video is for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck. We're coming for you.
Right? This nice looking gentleman, right? Sane, logical individual, high IQ, decided to state to list a thread online on TikTok that he is coming after the liberals, all the Dems, because all of them are to blame for what took place with Charlie Kirk. Even though nobody has one iota of evidence or any type of proof, but people just need and have to figure out somebody to blame. Like I said, I don't know what else to I don't know what else to tell people. Well, you said it's on. Gail, I would just like to say I really don't like the shade room. Let me for a variety of reasons. Let me tell you, for a variety of reasons. Like I kid you not. That's the last place that I even want to go to. And I'm trying to figure out how would they even have a manifesto. Let me see that. Why do I even gotta go here? Oops, typo. Here we go. Let's see. It's probably got to go to the actual site there. Massachusetts man arrested. What was that? Yeah, I'm not even. Yeah, I got nothing. So if I can't see it directly on there, I might have to go, I guess, to the IG possibly. Can't believe I actually got to go directly here. Yeah, I ain't seeing nothing. Let me tell you something. I am not spotting nothing directly from the shade room. Oh, you said somebody sent it to you through a text. Yeah, I can't find nothing. I'm both on their IG and I'm trying to find anything that is recent. Anything? Yeah, I don't got nothing. I'm not sure if they might have posted that and took it straight down. I don't know what they did. But I don't see nothing here. Let me see if maybe you would probably have to go to Twitter for this. Maybe they might have it on X. Nah. Yeah, I got nothing. The only thing I can even see anything about something is like they got 9/11 up there. And then, 18 hours ago, they got the whole thing with Charlie Kirk up there. Yep. I got bupkis. Got nothing. Got nothing. Let me see what we got. I'm talking about doing the Lord's work. Oh, you said it's the HBCU shade room? Let me see. Student at Grambling State University gets charged. Woo! That's crazy. Everybody safe, holding up today. Maybe I might have to go on the X account, I guess. Let me just see this. Let me just look around again. No, why did they not have this put to like most recent? I'm looking at like stuff from September. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's the campus alert. Talking about the lockdown. Yeah, I got nothing. Let me tell you. Yeah, I can't find nothing. Well, I'll wait. No, I can't. Because sometimes they might post up and then take it down. Somebody saying nothing going to happen on September 23rd. You said, what are you looking for again? Supposedly like the manifesto might have been placed directly out there. But I didn't see anything as of yet. You said you don't know if it's from the Instagram or what. I don't do other social medias. Oh no, yo, you cool. I got you. Like I said, we'll figure it out. We will sit up there and figure it out. Stephen said if anyone kills anybody because of their beliefs, not actions, but the beliefs, that's unjustifiable, period. Somebody said no one is mocking you. The Bible is very clear about knowing the date. So how you know a date is strange to me, especially before Jesus even knew. Yeah, yeah, that's why I just leave stuff alone. I'm like, let people just handle that one. But yeah, that's pretty. It's pretty much that. Oh man. Hopefully, y'all ain't been sitting here as long as I have. Please walk around. Please walk around. Get your bodies moving. That's never sit too long in one place. You gotta get your body moving, blood flowing, and everything of that nature. Make sure to constantly keep moving. I've been sitting here for about a good like 4 hours and 37 minutes, almost close to like 5 hours. I'm about to go find me something to eat real quick. Let me tell you. So I want to, just give a shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all folks directly out there who took out the time to, listen to the live stream. A lot of videos that you see here, I will have uploaded. I actually got the video, fully completed and actually done this time. So I'll have that. Do I have it up right now? Let me see. I don't think I have it up specifically. Do I? No. Wow. So in the background, it says YouTube known issues. Live stream stuck on processing will begin shortly. That's crazy work. That is diabolical in nature. Happy that we didn't have those problems. Actually, yeah. So I do have a video for you guys, but it's going to be a little bit different, technically away from the topic. But the video I got uploaded for you guys that will go up today will be about the Supreme Court and what they said when it deals with ICE and those in the Hispanic community and how that is specifically going to affect them. So that will be the video that will be up. a few minutes after this live. Let me see. What can I time this directly for? What time is it right now? 2:34. Today is 11th. All right, so they won't let me do that. Wait, is it because it's too close? Oh, that's crazy. So what I gotta? So what's the use of having 2:45 up there if I can't do that? Wait, what's today's? Today's 11th, right? Yeah. So why can I not do that? So wait, I'm confused. Yeah, it's not going to let me. Huh. Okay, so it'll let me do 3:40. That don't make no sense. Okay, there we go. Okay. So around 2:45 the video will go up. So you will see that at 2:45 because I guess if it was any closer it wouldn't actually allow me to do it. So that video will be up there. So this will live stream will sit there for a little bit of time just in case some people didn't catch it, didn't know nothing about it, didn't catch any notifications. They'll be able to sit back and replay the whole thing. I'm pretty sure people are not going to replay the whole 4 hours, but much love, respect, and appreciation. If you just so happen to do that. But yeah. D Money said, nah, I've been grinding this Genshin update while doing the Lord's work. Yeah, Genshin Impact. Yeah. I used to play that game. I remember that. This man Seattle was like, "Can I get an amen?" What is? I was going to say something directly after that. I was probably going to do some Kirk Franklin, but I forgot. The good old classic saying, what they say? God is good all the time, and all the time, God is good. Classic days of going through. What's the name? Going to church with my grandmother, having to sit there and listen. Shem said, South Africans preaching scammers. They get their flags to spreading BS. I catch y'all on here again. You can go to Yo, I keep telling people that Sham does not have patience. Sham does not have patience. And the craziest part, which a lot of them don't understand, Sham has the sweetest voice known to man. I kid you not. It's like if you seeing her type versus actually hearing Sham is two completely different things. It is two completely different things. So it's like people wouldn't even believe it. People wouldn't even believe it. Like it's crazy. It is crazy. Seattle said, now we're going to take up our third offering. Sham says, Seji, I'm stuck. Can you help me on Path of Exile? Yeah, I can help you on there. I got you. I got you. I'm going to end up like joining the what's the name and then heating up my food real quick. Soldier M said, and I'm hyped 8 more days until Dying Light the Beast. Yeah. That is something that I did. The funniest thing is I have Dying Light. I just never finished it. I never finished Dying Light or anything like that. It's crazy. It's very interesting how you say you keep dying. I told you that you got to be on somewhere in Act 3 somewhere. It got to be it's either Act 3 or at the start of Act 4. Because I think I know what area that you're specifically in, and I'm like, yeah, yep. I know exactly that feeling. I done did so many rearrangements to my build after fighting a lava boss that my build ain't even making sense right now. Yep, the jungle part. Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. See, Apple said Path of Exile. Yeah, we playing Path of Exile too. because they just had, the brand new update. So we got what is it, Act 3, or I forgot what it was called, but we got another part directly to the story, right? And then we got some other acts that match up with the rest of it, brand new supports, bosses, and all that other type of stuff. So yeah. So yes, indeed, that Path of Exile 2, Path of Exile Streets. You said on what platform? I mean, well, it's cross-platform, which is the good part. Sham is on PC. I'm on Xbox, but because of cross-platform, we could, basically play and stuff like that. So yeah. So technically, it's both platforms, realistically. Shout out to any PC console people directly out there. I'm technically all of the above, so I'm right there with y'all. I'm right there with y'all. I was waiting for Seattle to make a comment real quick. D-Money said I tried to join the server, but it wouldn't let me. Can you send me an invite when you get the chance? Her server should have let you join, because I was able to join directly through the link when I did it. Sham said I can add you if you have Discord, or you can watch it play. Yeah, that's the dope part. Oh, sorry, excuse me. That's the dope part about Discord, where you can actually do that. You say you haven't played it in a while. Yeah, go do the update. I'm not sure if you got console or PC, but go up. Well, when you get the time, right? Because I know you're busy with everything. But when you get time, try out that new update and go directly to the brand new season. Yo, it is something. It will put you to work. You will have to test out quite a few things, unless you decide to go with something more meta, lightning or whatever it is that they got out there. But if you're doing your own build your own way, it's like, yeah, it's going to test a lot of stuff. It's going to force you to rework a lot of things as well too. Oh, you say you're on Xbox too? Okay, I got you. I see you out here. I've been playing Path of Exile on both of my profiles on Xbox, so because I felt like I messed up on my first character. I got him to about like 25, and I'm like, yeah, I think I made the wrong decision. I'm like, let me go back and make another one. Let me go back and make another one. But yeah, see Apple. Wait, don't I got you on Xbox or no? Because like I said, if at any moment in time that they can make a special, Lord, trying to get my words together. I'm so tired right now. If they can specifically make a list where you can put certain people there, like everybody from like the YouTube channels, like, all right, I got everybody there, instead of it being jumbled in with everybody else, because it gets very difficult to actually like, okay, this person, and then people have name changes. Okay, so I don't have you. Okay. So when you go to the Discord, drop your gamer tag in there, and I'll sit up there. I'll add you from there. That's what I can do for Seattle. I got you. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that have been here directly to this live stream, listening to me yammer and talk about for the second day everything around or dealings with the Charlie Kirk assassination, and how everything like can link and things can go off to a worse extent. I might have a third live stream on this, so just forewarned. Just forewarned, we might have another live stream depending on the information that will happen and go on and stuff of that nature. But again, another video will be out specifically for you guys around 2:45. Actually, I gotta end this live stream now so y'all can actually get the notification. All right, so I catch you guys in the next live stream and or video. Peace out.